Chapter 420 Challenge. Humph. Zhao Sui snorted coldly, his face gloomy. What's the hurry? It's still early. When the geniuses of the Thousand River region appear, you'll be scared to death. Oh. Then I'll wait. Lu Xiao laughed. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Reserve Emperor Sky Divine Guard area gradually increased. However, Zhao Sui's expression became more and more unsightly. There were only a few people from the Thousand River region, which was not much better than the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Huh, Zhao Sui, there are so many of you. You really scared me to death. Lu Xiao said sarcastically. In the past, Zhao Sui had laughed at him from time to time. Now that he had the chance, Lu Xiao naturally retaliated. Why are you so anxious? Zhao Sui said with a gloomy face. Oh. Zhao Sui, it's almost time for the assessment to be completed, but I haven't seen many people. Do you really think that all the geniuses from your Thousand River region can become real Ditian Divine Guards? Lu Xiao sneered. Giggle. Zhao Sui gritted his teeth. However, he was also very anxious. He knew very well that there were only a dozen or so people in the Thousand River region who could challenge the Ditian Divine Guards. There were still 40 to 50 people who could attempt to become the Reserve Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. But now, there were quite a few people who were eliminated, but they were all just bystanders. However, there were only a few of them who could make it to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard Reserve. He was a little flustered, afraid that something would happen. Han Sun, the leader of the Nether Demon Palace, also had an ugly expression on his face. This was because the situation of the Nether Demon Palace was the same as the Thousand River Waters. There were only a few who were ready to become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. At the place of the assessment, on the 1,000-step jade staircase, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and walked toward the stone door. As soon as he entered, the environment changed again, and he found himself on a platform. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a long spear on his back. He stood there like a straight mountain. You. As long as you can defeat me, you'll be able to become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. The middle-aged man said, his voice cold and emotionless. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that this burly man was formed by inscriptions. Boom! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He sighed inwardly at the difficulty of the Ditian Divine Guard examination. In order to defeat an ordinary 9th level Martial Ancestor Realm expert, one's cultivation had to be at the peak of the 7th level Martial Ancestor Realm. One's combat strength had to surpass a World War II expert. Of course, if he was a 3 or 4 battle genius, then his cultivation could be lower. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, only Jian Fengyun can achieve such a level of difficulty. Young Master Tian Shi was already dead. Jiang Hongwen's cultivation had not reached the peak of the 7th level of Martial Ancestor Realm, so he basically had no chance. Kill. All of a sudden, the middle-aged burly man bellowed and became one with his spear. The long spear in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning and stabbed toward Lu Ming. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming smiled. He quickly condensed a long spear in his hand and thrust it out. Whoosh! This spear attack was more than twice as fast as the other party. Bang! The spear pierced through the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's entire body exploded and dissipated into energy. A martial arts grandmaster 9 Dan peak was dealt with in one move. To the current Lu Ming, this was not difficult at all. Lu Ming smiled and walked forward. In front of the platform was another stone door, and on the left was a vortex. As long as they gave up on the challenge, they would be able to leave the vortex and become the Ditian Divine Guards. Entering through the stone door meant continuing the challenge. If the challenge was successful, the challenger would appear on the fighting ring on the first level of the huge building in the Myriad Star City. There, the battle of the strongest would take place and the 4 divine guards would be decided. Since Lu Ming and the others were in the eastern region, they were naturally the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The building was divided into 4 parts, north, south, east and west, representing the 4 heavenly divine guards. Becoming one of the 4 divine guards could be said to be the strongest expert among the younger generation in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. There were many benefits, and they were also the biggest focus of the event. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in that building. Lu Ming stepped through the stone door without any hesitation. Buzz! Heaven and earth shook. Lu Ming found himself in a secret room. There were more than a dozen stone carvings on the walls of the secret room. Each stone carving was a person practicing martial arts. This was a martial technique. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and the figure of an old man condensed. Welcome to the challenge. This round is to test your comprehension ability. Everyone will appear in a secret room, but the test will be different for each person. There will be a martial technique that you are not good at, and you will be able to comprehend it. As long as you can successfully cultivate it within half an hour, you will pass this round. The moment the old man appeared, he immediately started explaining. A fist technique? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Fist techniques were indeed his weakness. Other than the low-level fist technique he had practiced in the beginning, he had not practiced any more fist techniques. This fist technique is a black-grade high-level fist technique. You only need to cultivate to the first level within half an hour, the first glimpse of the door seal. Begin now. After the old man finished speaking, his figure disappeared. It was not easy to cultivate a black-grade high-level martial arts technique that he was not good at to the first stage within half an hour. Immediately, Lu Ming began to study the stone carvings in detail and began to comprehend them. Time slowly passed. In the outside world, in the huge building of the Myriad Stars City, someone has become a Ditian Divine Guard. Suddenly, a light flashed in the Ditian Divine Guard's area, and a figure appeared. It's a genius from our Jinkui region. An elder leader laughed out loud. The Jinkui region was a small region, and having one person become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard was already breaking even. If there was one more person, it would be a breakthrough. Moreover, he was the first to become an Empyrean Sky Divine Guard. Although being the first to become an Ditian Divine Guard didn't mean that one's strength was stronger than the others, there might be some people who wanted to challenge the next trials. As more and more people became Ditian Divine Guards, more and more people became Ditian Divine Guards. Sword Wind Cloud. Suddenly, Lu Xiu's eyes lit up. He saw Jian Fengyun in the Ditian Divine Guards area. You didn't let me down. Lu Xiu laughed heartily. He was well aware of the strength of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Jian Fengyun still had a very high chance of becoming an Emperor Sky Divine Guard. As for young Master Tian Shi and Jiang Hongwen, it could only be said that there was hope, but not much hope. Now that Jian Fengyun had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, he could finally relax. No matter how weak they were, at least one of them had become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard. One had to know that in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. If one of them became a Ditian Divine Guard, he would still be able to obtain some rewards. The last stage. On the other hand, Zhao Sui's face was so dark that it almost turned into black charcoal. Even now, he had yet to see a single figure of the geniuses from the Thousand River region in the Ditian Divine Guards area. This made the bad feeling in his heart grow stronger and stronger. This was not normal, it was too abnormal. Could it be that all the geniuses of the Thousand River region had passed the last round? That was impossible. He knew very well that even the most powerful young man in the Thousand River region might not be able to make it through. He was extremely anxious. Just like Zhao Sui, the elder leading the team in the UMO Palace, Han Sun, also had a terrible look on his face. As time passed, the number of people who appeared in the Ditian Divine Guards area grew fewer and fewer. Zhao Sui, why do you look so pale? In my opinion, the geniuses of the Thousand River region must have gone to the last stage. And they must have passed it. It would be a glorious thing to see a group of people on the first level of the fighting ring. Lu Xiao said with a smile. Shut up, Lu. Zhao Sui's eyes turned red. Lu Xiao was mocking him. How could there be so many people in the Thousand River region who could pass the last level? Even if there was one, he would laugh his head off. Calm down, calm down. Lu Xiao laughed out loud, almost causing Zhao Sui to vomit blood. It seems like the geniuses of the Thousand River region died in battle. I wonder which powerful region did it. I really have to thank them. Lu Xiao thought. Lu Xiao was elated to see Zhao Sui in such a state. In the past, it was the opposite. Very quickly, half an hour had passed. Many people could no longer sit still. How is that possible? Why are there so few geniuses in Phoenix Lake? Us too. Where are our people from Flaming Mountain? Arg. Only 4 people from my Yangchuan Valley region have become Emperor Sky Divine Guards. That's impossible. Loud roars rang out. Half an hour had passed. Even if he managed to clear the next level, he should have failed and come out. However, he had yet to come out, which meant that he had most likely fallen in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Among them, the team-leading elders of the Phoenix Lake area, the Yangchuan Valley area, and the Flaming Mountain area were the loudest. They were a super region, and geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. At the very least, there would be 34 people who could become the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards. But now, there were only 2 or 3 of them. This meant that the geniuses of these regions had died in batches in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Some were happy, some were worried. Some of the elders who were leading the teams from other regions were all smiles because their regions had achieved so much success that they had even exceeded their expectations. This time, 820 Detian Divine Guards have already appeared. It's a little more than the previous years. This generation is truly full of geniuses. Not bad. In the past, 500 people were already considered good. Adding up the north, south, east, and west, it's already very good to have 2,000 people. This time, it's far more. Now, let's see how many people can get past the final checkpoint and reach the first level of the fighting ring. I estimate that there will be more than Tulavir. We have 13 super regions on our side. The strongest person in each super region should be able to make it to the end. Not necessarily. Maybe there's a super dark horse. Just wait and see. Look, there's a fluctuation on the first level's battle platform. Someone has passed the last level and is about to appear. Who is it? At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the fighting ring at the bottom. Buzz. The space trembled, and a young figure appeared. This young man was dressed in a blood-red robe. His face was pale and cold. He was Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. Who was this person? I don't think he's from any of the 13 super regions. He's actually the first one to succeed. Could it be that he's able to suppress the geniuses of the super regions? The crowd was in a heated discussion. Especially the elders who were leading the teams, they were all making guesses. This man is the peerless genius of our Dragon Burial Abyss. Zhongsheng. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. What? The people of the Dragon Burial Abyss, the Dragon Burial Abyss has appeared? I didn't expect that the Dragon Burial Abyss would have such a genius the moment it appeared. It's really amazing. And NBSP, what? The surrounding spectators all exclaimed. Below, on the fighting ring, once Zhongsheng appeared, he swept his gaze around. When he realized that he was alone, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards of the 4 Sky Divine Guards will definitely be mine. Zhongsheng roared in his heart. Someone else has appeared. Someone shouted. On the fighting ring, there was another fluctuation, and then a figure appeared. Qiu Changkong. The second figure to appear was actually Qiu Changkong. Lu Xiu was stunned. Then, his body trembled with excitement as he roared, "Ha! This is the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range." Lu Xiu had never expected that someone would actually make it to the last stage. Lu Xiu's roar immediately caused an uproar. What? A genius from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range? How was that possible? The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was a place where even birds don't want to shit. How could someone make it to the last stage? Don't lie to me. I don't believe it either. The surroundings were filled with discussions. No, that's impossible. Zhao Sui roared. He had seen Qiu Changkong before, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. The moment Qiu Changkong appeared, he swept his gaze over the crowd. When he saw Zhang Sheng, he snorted coldly and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He actually appeared faster than him? Zhang Sheng did not back down and looked back coldly. At this moment, in a secret room in the assessment venue. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he punched continuously. His fists were so powerful that they disappeared with a loud boom. Lu Ming stood still as he retracted his fists. The next moment, the old man's figure appeared again. Congratulations, you've passed this round. There's still one last round. The old man waved his hand, and the scene changed again. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared on another platform. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man with a spear on his back. He looked exactly the same as the burly man from before. However, the aura that this middle-aged burly man exuded this time was extremely terrifying. It was several times stronger than before. Half-step King Warrior, this time it was actually half-step King Warrior. The peak of Martial Ancestor Realm and half-step King Realm seemed to be only one step away, but the gap was huge. If one had to describe the difference, an ordinary half-step King was at least 2 levels higher than a peak 9th level Martial Ancestor. Yes, more than 2 levels. As long as you can defeat me, you'll pass. The middle-aged man said. Lu Ming sighed to himself. This level was too difficult. He reckoned that not many people would pass it. One had to be at least at the peak of the 8th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, one had to be a 4-battle genius to pass. Kill! All of a sudden, the middle-aged man bellowed. His long spear was like a dragon as it charged at Lu Ming. The spear's gleam burst out and enveloped Lu Ming's entire body. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste any more time. He immediately cast the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Chapter 422 Clear the Stage, Killing Intent. Boom! A terrifying power burst forth, as if it could shatter everything. The first to bear the brunt was the spear radiance. With a loud boom, the spear radiance exploded, and then, a turbulent force gushed forward. Bang! The middle-aged man's body cracked and turned into dust under the majestic attack of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. One move, just one move and a half-step king was killed by Lu Ming. More than half a year ago, during the war with the mystical sword sect, a half-step king was still an undefeatable existence to Lu Ming. He was high and mighty, and in the blazing Sun Empire, he was a well-deserved tyrant. But now, only a little more than half a year had passed and Lu Ming could kill a half-step king in one move. Who would believe it? In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's progress could be described as lightning fast. The middle-aged man collapsed and disappeared into energy. After that, the platform started to glow and a black vortex formed. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in. After a moment of dizziness, Lu Ming realized that he was in a fighting ring after everything had settled down. Several other directions of the fighting ring were blocked by a light curtain. Only the eastern side had a fan-shaped spectator stand, which was full of people. At that moment, Lu Xiu's eyes widened as he stared at the fighting ring below. Then, his body began to tremble, and even his breathing became heavy. Hey, Lu Xiao, what's wrong? Why are you shaking? Don't tell me he's suddenly possessed. An elder leader from a small district asked Lu Xiao in confusion. No, I'm not scared. I'm scared because I saw another person pass the last stage in my Cloud Emperor mountain range. I'm so excited. Lu Xiao stuttered. It's good that you're fine. The elder in charge nodded. The next moment, he seemed to have realized something. His eyes widened and he looked at Lu Xiao in disbelief. What? What did you just say? Another person from the Cloud Emperor mountain range passed the last stage? You're not joking, are you? How is that possible? His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's true, it's true. Although I'm also surprised, it's true. Lu Xiao said in a trembling voice. In fact, even he himself found it hard to believe. Lu Xiao's words naturally reached the ears of the people around him, but most of them shook their heads and were skeptical. How could two people pass the last level in the small Cloud Emperor mountain range? This had never happened before. Occasionally, a person from a small area would pass through. That was still possible, as it had happened before in history. It must be known that in most super large areas, only one person could pass through. Sometimes, no one could. However, there was one exception, and that was the elder leading the team at the Thousand River region, Zhao Sui. At this moment, his body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Others might not have seen Lu Ming, but he had. Of course, he knew that Lu Ming was from the Cloud Emperor mountain range. There were actually two people who had passed the last stage in the Cloud Emperor mountain range, while only one or two people from the Thousand River region had become the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Those geniuses who were ranked higher had all disappeared. Comparing the two, the waters of the Thousand River were too tragic to look at. How could this be? How did this happen? Zhao Sui kept growling, his eyes red. He could not accept this fact. The geniuses from the Thousand River region had yet to appear. He knew that they had most likely fallen. Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan, who were in the area of the Emperor Sky Divine Guards, also widened their eyes. Lu Xuan, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He also passed the last level? How is this possible? Jiang Hongwen shouted in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was seeing things. However, he almost rubbed his eyes until they bled. He was still looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming has become so powerful. No wonder Jian Fengyun is so nice to him. I'm so silly. I should have thought of this earlier. Jiang Hongwen muttered. At the thought of how he had advised Lu Ming to hide far away from Chiu Changkong before they entered the assessment venue, he felt his face burning. Lu Ming's abilities were probably not much weaker than Chiu Changkong's. They might even be geniuses on the same level. In particular, when he thought of how he did not treat Lu Ming well previously, he felt uneasy. He wished that he could give himself a slap. If Lu Ming bore a grudge because of this, he would have a hard time in the future. In the Detian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyun smiled. He was not surprised that Lu Ming could pass the last level. Of course, Lu Ming did not know what these people were thinking. He swept his gaze across and sized up his surroundings. He discovered that there were already 7 to 8 figures on the platform. Kid, it's you? You didn't die? Suddenly, a cold voice with a hint of disbelief was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and a cold smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke was Zhongsheng from the Dragon Burial Abyss. At that moment, Zhongsheng was looking at him with a face full of killing intent. If you're not dead, how could I be? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Zhongsheng's eyes flickered and he said coldly, good, very good. Although I don't know what method you used to escape with your life, you shouldn't have rushed here this time. Hee hee, I hope you don't run into me. Otherwise, I'll suck all the blood in your body. Oh, really? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming. At this moment, a low growl came from the other side. Lu Ming looked over, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qiu Changkong. To be honest, Qiu Changkong's appearance here was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. It seems like it must be related to his master. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that. Not only did you not die in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield, but you actually made it here. It's really beyond my expectations. But this is also good. It saves me the trouble of looking for your old ghost father, and I can directly take action on you. Qiu Changkong glared at Lu Ming, his voice filled with killing intent. Alright, let's settle our grudges this time. Lu Ming's killing intent was also extremely strong. Boom. 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 Many powerful auras rose up and confronted each other. The final battle had yet to begin, but Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong were already sparring in the midst of death. Now, the battle hasn't started yet. You're not allowed to fight. At this time, a majestic voice came from the sky. A figure had appeared in the sky without anyone knowing. It was a middle-aged burly man with a monstrous aura. His aura was scorching hot. He stood in the void like a sun, burning the void until it distorted. A terrifying and boundless pressure emanated from his body. Countless people's expressions changed drastically. This was definitely a king tier, and even among king tiers, he wasn't weak. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's the protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Someone called out, recognizing the burly man. What? The protector of the Fire Palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace? Everyone was shocked. The guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were extremely powerful figures with the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. They were definitely famous figures in the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Of course, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace here wasn't the main palace but the eastern branch of the Heavenly Mystic region. On the battle stage, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong snorted coldly and retracted their auras. Lu Ming sneered and retracted his aura. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled again, and a figure carrying a long sword appeared. Xian Feng of the ancient barren city. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lu Ming did not see Xian Feng's corpse in the underground cave of the Dragon's Cave. As expected, he was still alive. With Xian Feng's combat strength, it was no problem for him to make it to the last level. Humph. You're courting death. A cold voice rang out as Zhang Xing's sinister eyes turned to Xian Feng. Buzz. The sound of a sword rang out, and a powerful sword chi rippled from Xian Feng's body. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Zhang Sheng. Hee, they've all appeared. Good, this time, I'll settle them all. Zhang Sheng sneered. Xian Feng also saw the protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace in the sky. He retracted his aura and walked to the side. The audience was extremely excited. Between these geniuses, the stronger the smell of gunpowder, the more excited they were, because the upcoming battle would also be more intense. The fighting ring was silent. Time slowly passed. The space in the fighting ring trembled from time to time. Someone appeared. Very quickly, the number of people had increased to over a dozen. Half an hour later, no one else appeared. Alright, time's up. There are no more participants in the assessment area. The protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace announced in the sky. No, how is that possible? Phoenix Lake's geniuses, why are there only so few of them? Where's Huang Qixian, where did he go? Maiyang Spring Valley too, where's Sun Chu? Protector, did you make a mistake? Bu Fifan of my Flaming Mountain Range is a peerless talent. He will definitely make it to the last level. Why isn't he here? The leading elders of Phoenix Lake, Yangshuan Valley, Flaming Mountain, and even another super region all shouted in disbelief. What are you shouting for? If he doesn't appear, it means he has fallen inside. It means that he doesn't have enough talent and luck. What's so strange about that? The middle-aged guardian rebuked as he looked coldly at the elders leading the teams. The few elder leaders immediately kept quiet out of fear. They felt cold all over and did not dare to say a word. All right, the previous assessment has ended. Now, let's start the final battle. The purpose of the battle is to determine the final 4 divine guards of the East Sky. I'm sure all of you know what the Eastern Heaven divine guards are. I'll repeat myself here. When you were teleported into the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield, you were automatically distributed in 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. The teleportation altar behind you is also divided into 4 directions, corresponding to the north, south, east, and west. Your group belongs to the east. Therefore, the strongest person will be the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards. The 4 Heavens Divine Guards represent the 4 strongest experts in this batch of Emperor Heaven's Divine Guards. There will be generous rewards. The middle-aged protector explained in detail. Everyone nodded. This was something that many people already knew. So, for this battle, the 2nd or 3rd place is not important. What's important is the 1st place. I'll say it again, what's important is the 1st place. The middle-aged protector shouted, his voice spreading through the entire area. On the platform, all the young men's eyes were shining, and a strong desire to fight rose from their bodies. There were a total of 17 young men and women on the fighting ring. Each of them was a genius among geniuses, and each of them had rare talents. They had absolute confidence in themselves. They were confident that they were stronger than others. This time, the Eastern Sky Divine Guards are mine. A deep voice rang out. It came from a tall and burly young man. This person was more than 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in muscles, as if he was cast from steel. Tai Quanzhong, it's fine if you're the overlord of the Iron Peak area, but you're dreaming if you think you can become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is mine. A beautiful woman with blue hair said in a domineering manner. Ao Feishuan, I think you'd better go home and have a child. You want to take over the East Heaven Divine Guards? The burly young man sneered. What did you just say? The blue-haired beauty, Ao Feishuan, widened her eyes. A bunch of trash wants to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. You're daydreaming. Zhang Sheng curled his lips and sneered. Arrogant. You're looking for death. Zhang Sheng's words infuriated the crowd. More than 10 young experts looked at him with killing intent. Zhang Sheng smiled indifferently. All right, I'm done. At this moment, the middle-aged guardian spoke. Everyone shut their mouths. Take this jade plate. The middle-aged guardian waved his hand and 17 jade plates flew out, 1 for each of them. Everyone took the jade token in their hands. Now, inscribe your information into the jade tokens. I'm going to draw lots with this jade token later. The middle-aged man ordered. Everyone's mind moved and engraved their own information into the jade token. Then, he returned them to the middle-aged guardian one by one. The middle-aged guardian picked up the jade tablet and read it aloud. This time, a total of 17 people have passed the final stage. They are Zhang Sheng from the Dragon Burial Pool, Qiu Changkong from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak, Lu Ming from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Ao Feishuan from the Jade Lake region. The middle-aged man read out the names one by one, and in a few moments, he had finished reading all 17 names. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. Wait, did I hear wrong? I seem to have heard that there are 2 people from the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. That poor and remote place? You didn't hear wrong, I heard it too. This is too fucking weird. 2 people actually cleared the level in the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range. Is the sun rising from the west? The small Cloud Emperor Mountain Range is really crazy this time. The spectators in the stands discussed animatedly and were extremely shocked. As for the elders in charge of each region, they were all dumbfounded and shocked. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, there were two people who passed the level. Previously, they thought that Lu Xiao was talking nonsense. He didn't expect it to be true. This was really unbelievable. Lu Xiao was trembling with excitement. The tiny Cloud King mountain range actually produced two such geniuses. This time, his reward would definitely be terrifying. Brother Lu, don't forget me when you're successful in the future. Brother Lu, when this selection is over, I'll treat you to a meal at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Brother Lu, you must come and visit me. Immediately, some of the other elder team leaders beside Lu Xiao, and even some of the elder team leaders from the larger regions, expressed their goodwill to Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao was so excited that he almost laughed. He had never felt so happy before. Good luck. Lu Xiao could not help but burst out laughing. It was simply too comfortable. In the past, he was only a team leader of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. He was at the bottom of the group and was often ridiculed. However, the Cloud Emperor mountain range was on the weaker side, and no one had become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard in the previous tournament. This made him less and less valued. He had once dreamed that the Cloud Emperor mountain range would produce a few peerless geniuses whose names would shake the world and make him proud. However, he knew that it was just a dream. It was impossible. But now, all of this had come true. How could he not be excited? Those people who had looked down on him in the past had all come to make friends with him. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, it's all thanks to the two of you. Lu Xiao sighed as he looked at the two young men on the fighting ring with bright eyes. He was especially shocked by Lu Ming. Qiu Changkong. He vaguely knew that Qiu Changkong had a powerful backer in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was still acceptable for him to achieve such results. However, Lu Ming was completely alone. He did not have any backing. He had relied on his own hard work to reach this stage. This made him value him even more. Everyone was discussing, but most of the discussions were about Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong. Cloud Emperor mountain range? On the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts looked at Lu Ming and Qiu Changkong with surprise in their eyes. The corners of Qiu Changkong's mouth curled up, and he didn't even try to hide the smugness on his face. Lu Ming only smiled and stood quietly at the side. Silence. The middle-aged protector opened his mouth and the entire place suddenly became silent. Now, I will announce the rules of the duel. The rules are very simple. We will draw lots and fight one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. This will continue until the strongest one is decided. In the process of the battle, you can't consume any pills or use any battle beasts. You can do whatever you want, but there is one principle, and that is you can't kill your opponent. The middle-aged protector announced. Can't kill the opponent? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He felt that it was a pity. If he had met Qiu Changkong, he would have been able to escape with his life. Hee, Lu Ming, you're lucky. At the side, Buried Life chuckled. You're the lucky one. Lu Ming said. Oh, really? Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because I can't kill you. I can still cripple you. Zhang Sheng's cold voice rang out. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered. On the other side, Qiu Changkong sneered. Okay, now, I have carved 16 numbers on these 17 jade plates. They are number 1 to number 16. The last one is empty. All of you will draw lots. The one who draws number 1 will fight against number 16, number 2 will fight against number 15, number 3 will fight against number 14, and so on. The one who draws an empty number will directly advance to the next round. The middle-aged man said. With that, he waved his hand and 17 jade plates floated in the air. They emitted a hazy light and covered the numbers on them. I'll go first. Zhang Sheng laughed coldly and reached out his hand. A powerful suction force was produced and the jade token was caught in his hand. Then, the others followed suit and grabbed a jade plate. Lu Ming also grabbed a jade card. Grabbing the jade token in his hand, he infused his Zhenqi into it, and a number appeared on the jade token. No, it was not a number, but 2 words, empty. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect his luck to be so good. In the first round, he actually drew an empty draw. All right, report the number you drew. The middle-aged protector said. I'm number 16. Zhang Sheng was the first to walk out. He flipped open the jade token and there was a number on it, 16. I'll be number 3. Qiu Changkong walked out and opened his jade token as well. The number on the token was 3. I'm number 5. Number 6. One by one, the young men flipped open their jade tokens. Soon, he had opened all the pages from room 1 to room 16. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming. If there were people from the 1st to the 16th, then wouldn't the rest be a buy? Lu Ming smiled and flipped the jade tablet. The words, buy, were written on it. It's a buy as expected. This kid's luck is really good. His luck is not bad, but it's useless. In the end, it still depends on strength. If he doesn't have strength, he will be very miserable when he meets an expert in the next round. That's true. On the grandstand, the crowd was in a heated discussion. Brat, you're lucky. Zhang Sheng cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming could not even be bothered to look at him. He directly ignored him. This was a mad dog. There was no point in saying more. When the time came, he would beat him up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Now, the battle begins. Number 1 against number 16. The rest of you, step aside. The middle-aged protector announced. Lu Ming and the rest retreated to the side, leaving only Zhang Sheng and a young man in a brocade robe at the scene. Zhang Sheng's face revealed a sinister smile as he stared at the youth in embroidered robes and said, Kid, I advise you to admit defeat quickly. Otherwise, you'll suffer later. Hee, admit defeat. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as admitting defeat. I've long been displeased by your arrogance. I hope that your strength will not disappoint me. The youth in the brocade robe laughed arrogantly. You'll regret this very soon. Zhang Sheng sneered. The atmosphere was already tense even before they started fighting. In the stands, the crowd was also in a heated discussion, expressing their own opinions. That's Yu Changfei, the strongest genius of the Yushu Plain in the super region. Who do you think will win? I think it's the burial in the dragon burial pool. This person is the first to pass the test and appear here. In my opinion, that might not be the case. Being the first to clear the stage might not necessarily mean that one's combat strength is the strongest. That's true. Boom. Boom. Everyone was just discussing when 2 powerful auras erupted. Then, the 2 figures charged at each other like lightning. Jade cutting palm. Blood dragon claw. Boom. With a loud boom, a terrifying blast of air swept out. Blood red and jade green light exploded and filled the entire fighting ring. Bang! The next moment, a scream was heard. A figure was sent flying like a cannonball, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. It was Yu Changfei, the young man from Yushu Plain. Countless people widened their eyes. Yu Changfei, the strongest genius in the super region, was sent flying by one move and spat out blood. How was this possible? From the aura that Yu Changfei had just released, he was definitely at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, he had been through 4 battles. Such an expert was actually sent flying by a single move from Zhang Sheng. How terrifying was Zhang Sheng? I was wondering how strong you would be. Turns out you're just trash. Now, I'll let you know how strong I am. Zhang Sheng laughed coldly. Then, he moved his body and appeared above Yu Changfei like a ghost. He stared at Yu Changfei with a cold gaze. Return it. Yu Changfei was shocked. He used all his strength and sent out 7 palm strikes. The palm strikes were crystal clear and like jade. However, Burial only needed a few claw strikes to destroy the jade palm force. He grabbed Yu Changkong's neck and pressed down hard. Chapter 425 Red Flame Dark Thunder. Bang! Yu Changkong's entire body slammed into the fighting ring, causing the entire fighting ring to rumble. Yu Changkong spat out mouthfuls of blood. Trash, you're just trash. You're just a piece of trash, yet you're still so arrogant. You're really looking for death. Zhang Xing sneered. He then kicked Yu Changfei's head. Yu Changfei's body flew out like a broken sack and fell off the fighting ring. After falling off the fighting ring, he fainted. Boom! In the stands, an old man stood up and roared, Zhang Sheng, your methods are too vicious. Yu Changfei has clearly lost, yet you still used such a heavy blow. You've violated the rules. This old man was the elder leading the team in the Jade Virtual Plane. Old man, what are you shouting for? I didn't kill him, so how is that against the rules? Zhang Xing sneered. You fuck. The elder leading the team of Yushu Plane turned red and looked at the middle-aged protector. Protector, is this against the rules? Not dead, doesn't count. The middle-aged protector's answer was very simple, which made the elder leading the team of the Yushu Plane stunned. Then, he sat down with an ashen face. Zhang Xing's smile became even more smug. This Zhang Xing is indeed terrifying. As expected of the genius who was the first to break through the barrier. His cultivation has definitely reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. And it's not as simple as the early or middle stage of the 9th level. He didn't even use his full strength just now. Everyone was discussing. At the edge of the fighting ring, the other geniuses and experts were also looking at Zhang Sheng with a grave expression. Burial's combat strength gave them a lot of pressure. This burial has improved so much during this period of time. It must be related to the blood of Bu Fifan and the other geniuses. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When he was in the dragon's cave, Zhang Xing's strength should be similar to Huang Qixuan, Bu Fifan and the others. He should also be similar to Yu Changfei. But now, he was much stronger than before. No wonder he was so arrogant. Zhang Xing from the Dragon Burial Abyss is the winner of this battle. Let the next battle begin. The middle-aged protector announced. Zhang Xing walked to the side of the fighting ring. 2 figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. This time, it was still 2 geniuses from the super regions, a man and a woman. However, their cultivation was much stronger than Yu Changfei's. This was because both of their cultivations had broken through to the early stage of the 9th realm of martial ancestor realm. Furthermore, they were both battle-hardened and extremely powerful. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle. All kinds of ultimate moves and killing moves dazzled some people. The 2 of them exchanged more than 200 moves before the woman won by luck. Then, the 3rd battle began. For this battle, Qiu Changkong went up, and his opponent was Tai Quanzhong from the Iron Peak. Tai Quanzhong's body was more than 2 meters tall, and his muscles were as hard as steel. He was full of strength and seemed to be invincible. Kid, you're from the Cloud Emperor mountain range? Hee hee, it's not bad to be able to come this far from that small place. However, it's all over. Tai Quanzhong said in disdain. You're still far from enough. Qiu Changkong was extremely confident. Oh, really? I'll beat you into a pig head. Boom. Tai Quanzhong took a step forward like a wild beast, causing the fighting ring to rumble. The muscles on his body swelled up, and a terrifying aura spread out. Early stage of martial ancestor realm level 9. This was Tai Quanzhong's cultivation. Iron Fist. Boom. Tai Quanzhong roared as he threw a punch at Qiu Changkong. Thunder Sword, slash. Qiu Changkong shouted. In the next instant, crimson-red lightning flashed around his body. The scarlet lightning burst out with his combat sword, forming a scarlet lightning sword. Boom! The scarlet thunder sword and Tai Quanzhong's fist collided. The next moment. Bang! 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 Tai Quanzhong's body trembled, and his face suddenly changed. He took 9 steps back in a row, and every step he took caused the fighting ring to rumble. Tai Quanzhong was at a disadvantage in one move. Everyone was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Changkong to be so powerful. Damn it! Tai Quanzhong roared in anger. The next moment, a huge crocodile appeared above his head. The crocodile was over 20 meters long and covered in armor. This was the iron-armored demon crocodile, a powerful fierce beast that could fight with the flood dragon. There were 6 Silavira chakras around the iron-armored demon crocodile. Roar! The iron-armored demon crocodile roared and rushed into Tai Quanzhong's body. Suddenly, Tai Quanzhong's already burly body expanded again, and his aura became even more powerful. Bloodline? Do you think you're the only one who has that? Xiao Changkong sneered. In the next moment, a red ball of lightning appeared above his head. The crimson ball of lightning sizzled and surrounded by lightning, emitting a terrifying aura. This is the Scarlet Flame Mystic Thunder. Someone cried out in surprise as he recognized the lightning. There was no doubt that this was a special bloodline, and a natural type of special bloodline at that. The same type of bloodline could actually be divided into many types. For example, the fire bloodline, the ice bloodline, and the lightning bloodline. Each of these bloodlines had many smaller types. There were strong and weak. As for the Scarlet Flame Mystic Lightning, it was considered strong even among the lightning bloodlines. Around the lightning bloodline, 6 Silavira chakras were shining. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had seen Xiao Changkong's bloodline. Xiao Changkong's second bloodline was also a 6th-level king. No wonder the other geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire couldn't compare to him. Xiao Changkong activated his bloodline power, and his aura grew even stronger. His entire body was covered in the power of lightning. Lightning sword, world annihilation. Whoosh! A thunderbolt sword instantly pierced through the void and slashed towards Tai Quanzhong. Tai Quanzhong bellowed in anger. His entire body swelled up like a giant of steel as he lunged towards Xiao Changkong. Boom! Another earth-shattering boom rang out. Tai Quanzhong let out a blood-curdling screech as his huge body was sent flying far away before crashing onto the ground. His steel-like body was covered in lightning and blood. He was defeated. Tai Quanzhong had been defeated. In front of Xiao Changkong, he had no way to fight back. Countless people were shocked. How could this young man from the Cloud Emperor mountain range be so terrifying? On the grandstand, Lu Xiao was so excited that his entire body was trembling. The 2 geniuses from the Cloud King mountain range had entered the second round. This was unbelievable. Although Lu Ming had entered the second round by luck, it was still the second round, right? At the edge of the fighting ring, Zhang Xing's eyes flickered with killing intent as he looked at Xiao Changkong with a grave expression. What a powerful force. No, I don't think it can be called force anymore. It contains a trace of intent. What kind of fortuitous encounter did Xiao Changkong encounter during this period of time? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Xiao Changkong's cultivation was only at the early 9th level of martial ancestor realm, but his force was extremely powerful. Lu Ming could feel that there was already a trace of intent within the momentum. This was something that only half-step kings could master. Interesting, very interesting. Lu Ming muttered, his fighting spirit growing stronger. Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, Xiao Changkong wins. The middle-aged man announced. Xiao Changkong sheathed his sword and walked to the side. It's actually him again. Next, number 4 versus number 13. The middle-aged protector announced. Another 2 peerless geniuses went up. There was nothing to say, and the battle immediately erupted. These two people were both battle-hardened geniuses. However, one of them had already reached the early stage of the 9th martial ancestor realm, while the other was still at the peak of the 8th martial ancestor realm. Naturally, the 9th level martial arts grandmaster genius had the absolute advantage and defeated his opponent. The battles continued, and geniuses stepped forward one by one. Lu Ming realized that some of the geniuses had extremely high cultivation levels. One of them was in the late stage of the 9th level martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the middle stage. It was Xian Feng's turn. After not seeing him for some time, his cultivation had improved greatly and reached the middle of the martial arts grandmaster 9 Dan. He entered the second round with an absolute advantage. 2 hours later, all 8 pairs of geniuses had finished their battles. The 8 people who had entered the second round had all appeared. Of course, including Lu Ming, who had a bye, there were 9 people in total. The other 8 were eliminated just like that. The middle-aged guardian took back their jade plates, leaving only the plates with the numbers 1 to 8. Of course, there was also the jade plate for the bye. The middle-aged protector waved his hand. Genuine qi surged and covered the 9 jade tokens, wiping away all the traces on them. He was doing this to prevent anyone from tampering with the jade token and leaving behind an aura or mark. Then, the 9 jade tablets floated in the air, emitting a hazy radiance. And NBSP, the rules are the same as before. Here, there are 8 jade plates from number 1 to 8. Draw lots to decide your opponent. Number 1 to 8, number 2 to 7, and so on. Those who draw the empty jade plate will directly enter the next round. The middle-aged protector announced. I'll go first. It was still Zhang Sheng, who was extremely confident. With a wave of his hand, a jade token was sucked into his hand. Lu Ming, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, and the rest each drew a jade card. This time, who will get the bye card? In the audience, everyone's eyes were bright and full of curiosity. Although drawing the bye card might not necessarily mean winning the throne of the East Heaven Divine Guard, it would greatly reduce the consumption of true qi and physical strength, making the next round easier. On the fighting ring, everyone looked at their jade tokens. Lu Ming also took a look at the jade card. He was stunned. Bye again. Lu Ming actually drew the bye jade card again. My luck is too good. I got the bye jade plate twice in a row. Lu Ming muttered, somewhat speechless. To be honest, if he could, he really didn't want to draw the jade token. If he kept drawing empty tokens, how could he torture Qiu Changkong? Now, give me your numbers. The middle-aged protector said. I'm number 6. Zhang Sheng was the first to speak. I'm number 5. Qiu Changkong replied. I'm number 1. I'll be number 3. The rest of the people reported their numbers one by one. As the number of people decreased one by one, there were only 2 people left in the end. One was Lu Ming and the other was a fat man with big eyes. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 of them. There are only 2 people left. Lu Ming has not given his number yet. Could it be that he has a bye again? It shouldn't be possible. How could he draw the bye card twice in a row? I'm number 8. As the crowd was discussing, the large-eyed fatty flipped open the jade card. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression and announced the number loudly. Immediately backing up. Woo woo woo. Countless gazes turned to Lu Ming. Nest, it's him again, it's actually him again. It's really him. How is that possible? Is this some dog shit luck? He's really lucky. He got the bye card and directly entered the third round. The crowd was in an uproar as they discussed. In the elder leading area, Lu Xiu was also stunned. This works too. Wouldn't Lu Ming directly enter the third round? Countless envious gazes were directed at Lu Xiu. Lu Ming's good luck meant that Lu Xiu's luck was good. Although it was impossible for Lu Ming to become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Lu Xiu's reward would be higher the higher his ranking was. How could they not be jealous? Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were dumbfounded. Even the middle-aged guardian looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He opened the jade card and said helplessly, "I'm the Bai card." As expected. It was him again. Everyone roared in their hearts. All right, now that the drawing of lots has ended, let's begin the duel. Number 1 versus number 8. The middle-aged protector announced. Two figures walked towards the center. One of them was the big-eyed fatty, and the other was Xian Feng. As for the others, they walked to the edge of the fighting ring. Lu Ming, you're really lucky. However, it's useless to rely on luck. In the end, you still have to rely on your abilities. The higher you climb with luck now, the worse you will fall when you don't have abilities later. Qiu Changkong said coldly as he walked past Lu Ming. Oh, really? I'm telling you, you're just lucky that I got the Bai card, so you can run wild for a few more rounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Humph, what a glib tongue. Killing intent flashed in Qiu Changkong's eyes. He walked to the side and didn't say anything else. Qiu Changkong, I hope you can make it to the end. Otherwise, how am I supposed to torture you? Lu Ming thought in his heart. Boom! The battle in the center of the fighting ring broke out. Elemental edge sword technique. The statue of the god of berserkers gallops. Two loud shouts rang out. Xian Feng's sword chi was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to cut the sky. The big-eyed fatty was also very powerful. He was like a giant statue of the god of berserkers, barging in and destroying Xian Feng's sword chi. The two of them fought for 50 to 60 moves. In the end, Xian Feng's cultivation was higher than the fat man's. The fat man was only in the early stage of the martial arts Grandmaster 9th realm. He was no match for Xian Feng and lost. Xian Feng entered the third round. The spectators couldn't help but sigh. The geniuses from the ancient barren city were indeed powerful. They were the top geniuses in the entire eastern region of the Tianshan region. The duel continued. Soon, it was Qiu Changkong's turn. His opponent was a genius in the middle of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. His cultivation was higher than Qiu Changkong's. But what was even more shocking was that he was still no match for Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong had crushed his opponent with an overwhelming force. Will, that's will. Qiu Changkong has already comprehended a trace of thunder will. No wonder he's so powerful. Genius, what a genius. As long as his cultivation reaches the peak of martial ancestor 9th realm, he will be a half-step king. This time, he's probably the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Many of the spectators were experts, and many of them were even half-step kings. Naturally, he saw through the secret. Lu Ming, do you see the difference between you and me? Do you feel despair? Qiu Changkong walked to the side and another voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Idiot. Lu Ming pursed his lips and ignored him. You win. Qiu Changkong felt as if he had just punched air, and he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Next, it was Burial's turn. His opponent was also a genius in the middle of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. However, he was not Zhang Sheng's opponent at all. In just a few moves, he was beaten by Zhang Sheng until he vomited blood. If he had not admitted defeat in time, he would probably have been knocked unconscious again. I object, this is not fair. Zhang Sheng placed his hands behind his back and walked to the side with a look of worship. He walked to the side and glared at Qiu Changkong with killing intent. As for Lu Ming, he was completely ignored. He was just a guy who relied on luck. He was not worthy of his attention or regard. After the burial, it would be the last battle. There wasn't much suspense in this match. One was a genius in the late stage of martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the early stage of martial ancestor realm. Both of them were battle-hardened geniuses. With their cultivation levels falling behind, it would be difficult for them to turn the tables. After more than 20 moves, the genius in the late 9th level of Martial Ancestor Realm won. This Martial Ancestor Realm 9 Dan later staged genius was called Song Yen. He was a genius from a super large region and had a cold expression. At this point, the 5 geniuses who had entered the 3rd round were born. They were Zhang Sheng, Qiu Changkong, Xian Feng, Song Yen, and Lu Ming. Of course, Lu Ming was directly ignored by everyone. Up until now, Lu Ming had yet to make a move. In the eyes of the crowd, he was just lucky. This time, the selection of the East Heaven Divine Guards would definitely be decided among the 5 of them. Most people would place more importance on Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. Now, let's do the last lot drawing. The rules are the same. From number 1 to 4, the other area will be free. The middle-aged judge announced. Then, just like before, he removed the aura on the jade tokens and suspended them in the air. This time, Lu Ming did not take any action and just waited there. Burial, Qiu Changkong, and the rest each chose a jade tablet. Lu Ming only kept the last one in his hand. This time, I wonder who will get the buy token? No matter who has it, I bet it won't be with Lu Ming. If he can get another free pass, I'll strip naked and run 1 round around this place. So ruthless? It's that ruthless, because I don't believe that there's such a lucky person in the world. There were all sorts of voices in the audience. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming flipped the jade card over and took a look. His expression immediately turned very strange. The buy card, he got the buy card again. Lu Ming's lips trembled when he drew the buy card for the 3rd time. Give me your numbers. The middle-aged protector said. Number 1. Burial flipped the jade token. I'm number 2. Xiao Weiyang opened the jade token. I'll be number 4. Song Yen said. In the end, Xian Feng gave Lu Ming a strange look and opened the jade card. I'm number 3. Silence. When Xian Feng flipped the jade token over, the entire hall fell silent. The crowd was silent. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Then, their eyes widened. A moment later, there was a loud noise. Nest, 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 it's him again, it's him again. Isn't this too heaven-defying? He got another buy card and directly entered the top 3. He didn't even fight a single round and entered the top 3. It's really blinding my eyes. This is too unfair. Some people were already incoherent. Hey, what did you just say? If Lu Ming draws the buy card again, you will strip naked and run away on the spot. Now, hurry up. What? What? What did you just say? Why can't I hear you? Oh no, I'm suddenly deaf. No, I have to find an inscriber to take a look. The perverted burly man who threatened to take off all his clothes immediately played dumb and found an excuse to slip away. Nest, this guy is so shameless. He didn't keep his word. Someone cursed. In short, the entire place was in chaos. As for Lu Xiu, Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others, they were completely petrified. They were tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. The eyelids of the middle-aged protector of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace kept twitching. However, no one noticed that Lu Ming was also sighing and sighing. Slowly, he opened the jade card helplessly. The 2 big words, "Biyao," were clearly written. I object, this is not fair. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Instantly, all sound disappeared. The entire place became so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. Everyone was stunned, and all their eyes were focused on the person who shouted. The person who was screaming that it was unfair was actually Lu Ming. It was Lu Ming. Everyone was in a mess. Big brother, you're the one who drew the buy card, and you've drawn the buy card 3 times. It's not anyone else, and now you're actually crying out that it's unfair? If this was unfair, then the others would be vomiting blood. Even Zhang Sheng, Qiu Changkong, and the others' lips were twitching non-stop. They were completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming. How is it unfair? The middle-aged protector took a deep breath to calm himself down and asked. The others can fight each other and have their own opponents, but I don't. I just watch others fight each time. It's so boring. It's not fair. Lu Ming shouted. That was indeed what he was thinking. Why was Chiu Changkong getting a bye every time? What if Chiu Changkong was defeated by someone else? How was he going to torture Chiu Changkong and avenge Lu Yuntian? No one else knew what he was thinking. Suddenly, the crowd burst into an uproar. Nest, this guy is too despicable. He's simply taking advantage of us and still acting innocent. I can't take it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore. Oh heavens, oh earth, please strike him to death with a heavenly lightning bolt. The scene was noisy. Other people wanted to draw an empty card, but they couldn't. He, on the other hand, drew it every time and even felt uncomfortable. Guardian, why don't I exchange with someone else? Xian Feng, him. I'll exchange with him. Lu Ming said. Xian Feng's opponent happened to be Chiu Changkong. No way, this is the rule of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. The rules cannot be ignored. If you draw the bye, it means that you won't be able to get the bye. The middle-aged protector gritted his teeth as he spoke. He had never mentioned the rules of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace for this reason. This. Oh, okay then. Lu Ming sighed and walked to the platform. He waved his hand and took out a chair. He sat down and stared at the center of the platform in a daze. He looked very unwilling and helpless. This. At the sight of this scene, everyone gritted their teeth. Even Jian Fengyun and the others were in the same state. They could not wait to slash at Lu Ming. He was too hateful. The middle-aged man's eyelids suddenly twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and coughed a few times before saying, "Silence." Only then did the scene slowly quieten down. All right, next, let the battle begin. Number 1, Buried Life, against number 4, Song Yen. The middle-aged protector announced. Chiu Changkong and Xian Feng walked to the side, leaving only Zhang Sheng and Song Yen in the center of the fighting ring. Song Yen, right? Hurry up and admit defeat, you're not my match. Zhang Sheng looked at Song Yen with contempt. You're talking big. Zhang Sheng, you may be strong, but I'm not afraid of you. This time, I'm determined to win the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Song Yen wielded his saber, and his saber aura soared into the sky. You? You want to take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Since that's the case, I'll let you see the gap between us. Boom! Just as Zhang Sheng's voice fell, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Top 3. The aura of death burst out, and the essence qi surged. It soared into the sky like a smoke signal, and his body was covered with powerful true qi. This true qi was flowing like liquid. Such terrifying true qi. This is the peak of Martial Ancestor Realm Level 9. Zhang Sheng has actually reached the peak of the 9th level of the Martial Ancestor Realm. It's terrifying. It seems like no one is his match. Perhaps only Chiu Changkong, who has comprehended a sliver of Intent Realm, has a chance. Burial's all-out outburst caused a clamor in the audience, shocking countless people. Before this, Zhang Sheng had not used his full power, so no one knew his true cultivation level. Now that he had used his full power, it was shocking. Song Yan's eyes also revealed a serious look. Blade of the vast expanse. Song Yan shouted. Buzz! Above his head, 18 huge sabers appeared. The saber's body was engraved with vast mountains, which was extremely wonderful. Moreover, the blade was surrounded by 6 meridian cycles. This was Song Yan's bloodline, a special bloodline. So what if he has a special bloodline? Come out, blood dragon. Zhang Sheng let out a low roar and a blood-red light exploded above his head. A huge blood-red flood dragon appeared. It was also a 6th-level king bloodline. Their bloodlines exploded, raising their auras to the peak. However, it was obvious that the power of the burial was stronger. Wave after wave of aura pressed towards Song Yan. Song Yan's expression changed and he shouted, "Vast mountain cleaving." Buzz! A dazzling blade light burst out from Song Yan's hand. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was crystal clear and bright as it slashed towards Zhang Sheng. An empty shell. Zhang Sheng snorted coldly and shot up into the air. His claws were like the claws of a blood dragon. As he swiped out with his claws, the space rumbled and he instantly pierced through the space, grabbing onto the saber light. Break! Break! Zhang Sheng shouted as he clenched his fist, shattering the blade light like glass. Buzz! Following that, Zhang Sheng's figure flickered as he pounced towards Song Yan, appearing in front of him in an instant. Song Yan's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his full-force attack would be so easily countered by Zhang Sheng. Vast earth-shattering strike. Song Yan roared as he waved his saber. A mountain appeared above his head and in front of him. The two mountains were filled with a vast and desolate qi. One was used to protect the body, while the other was used to suppress Zhang Sheng. Dragon Devour, point. Die. Zhang Sheng shouted coldly as he transformed his claws into fingers. His fingers glowed with a pitch-black luster as he thrust them towards the two mountains. Bang! Bang! The two mountains exploded like balloons on Zhang Sheng's fingers. The finger force didn't stop as it struck towards Song Yan. Clang! At the crucial stone carving, Song Yan used his saber to block in front of him. With a clang, his body was sent flying like a cannonball, and he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Song Yan is going to lose. Isn't this a little too fast? We've only exchanged a few moves, so how can Burial be so strong? He surpassed a battle genius. Burial has definitely surpassed a battle genius. He's between a battle genius and a battle genius. Terrifying, too terrifying. There's actually someone who can surpass the genius of 4 battles. Everyone in the audience was shocked. The most powerful warriors in each super region were usually 4 battle geniuses. 4 battle geniuses were the limit. Those who surpassed 4 battle geniuses were extremely rare. Each of them was a rare genius. To think that Burial had actually reached such a level. It was truly terrifying. Buzz! Zhang Sheng had the upper hand, and his attacks were like a storm, pouring down on Song Yan. Dragon Devour, palm. Boom! Once again, Zhang Sheng's fingers turned into a palm, and he struck out towards Song Yan. This time, Song Yan was even more miserable. Although he tried his best to resist, he was still sent flying. He slid along the fighting ring for hundreds of meters, and blood sprayed all over the ground. I surrender, I admit defeat. As soon as he caught his breath, Song Yan started to scream madly. There was no need to fight anymore. Song Yan knew that he was no match for Zhang Sheng. Not only was his cultivation base behind, but his ability to fight above his level was also behind. If he continued to fight, he would only be looking for a beating. Why didn't you admit defeat earlier? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Zhang Sheng coldly snorted, incomparably disdainful. Song Yan's expression was ugly. He struggled to get up and walked to the side of the fighting ring. Qiu Changkong looked at Zhang Sheng with a grave expression, his brows furrowed. Next round, number 2, Qiu Changkong, versus number 3, Xian Feng. The middle-aged protector announced. Buzz! Buzz! 2 figures flashed and appeared in the center of the fighting ring. Qiu Changkong and Xian Feng both carried their swords on their backs and stood tall. Xian Feng, you're no match for me. Just admit defeat. My opponent is Zhang Sheng. There's no need for you to struggle. Qiu Changkong spoke. You didn't even fight, who knew you would win? Xian Feng's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and a combat sword appeared in his hand, putting up a stubborn resistance. If you don't know what you're doing, then you'll be defeated. Qiu Changkong coldly spoke as his sword Qi soared up into the sky. The two dazzling sword lights collided with a loud bang. Qiu Changkong had comprehended the force of thunder and had even comprehended a trace of intent realm, while Xian Feng had comprehended the force of gold. Both of their attacks were extremely overbearing. Buzz! Buzz! Everyone could only see two sword lights clashing in the air at an extreme speed, and in an instant, they had collided more than 10 times. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew back quickly and stopped at the edge of the fighting ring. It was Xian Feng. Xian Feng's body suddenly trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone saw a deep sword wound on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, but not a drop of blood flowed out. That was because the area around the wound was filled with the power of lightning. The blood that flowed out was evaporated by the power of lightning. Xian Feng, if it was a life-and-death battle, you would have been dead. Qiu Changkong looked at Xian Feng arrogantly. I've lost. Xian Feng sighed and did not say anything more. Although Xian Feng's cultivation was slightly higher than Qiu Changkong's, Qiu Changkong had already comprehended a trace of thunder will. The gap was too great to make up for. Xian Feng was no match for him at all. With Xian Feng's defeat, the crowd burst into a heated discussion. The top two are Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards must be between these two. Top two? Aren't they the top three? Top three? Lu Ming, forget it. I've relied on luck to get to this point. It'll be good enough if I can block Qiu Changkong and Burial's move later. That's true. Did you guys notice that none of the top three are from the super regions? This is really rare. Yeah. Old Lu, I didn't expect that two people from your Cloud Emperor mountain range would make it into the top three. Although one of them made it by luck, I still have to congratulate you. Someone from the Elders area congratulated Lu Xiu. I was lucky. Lu Xiu was already grinning from ear to ear. Zhao Sui's eyes were red with jealousy. Qiu Changkong is the winner of this round. The top three have been decided. The three of you will take turns to fight each other. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The middle-aged protector announced. You two, come at me together. Aya, it's finally my turn. I almost fell asleep. At the side of the fighting ring, Lu Ming stood up slowly. He waved his hand and kept his chair. Then, he walked towards the center of the fighting ring. This fellow. The others were already speechless. Qiu Changkong and Barry Life's battle had clearly ended in a few moves and did not take much time. However, Lu Ming said that he was about to fall asleep. This was obviously infuriating. Especially those young geniuses who lost, they were even more annoyed. I'm actually ranked after this guy. I'm really unwilling. That's right. This guy is purely relying on luck. If I meet him, I'll take care of him in 3 moves. A few geniuses from the super regions gritted their teeth and discussed. They didn't lower their voices, and their voices spread far and wide, being heard by many people. Naturally, Lu Ming had heard it too. Hee. Lu Ming chuckled for no reason. He went to the center of the fighting ring and stood in a triangular formation with Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. This guy is too much of a hindrance. Let me deal with him first. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Sheng's eyes. A powerful aura erupted from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Buzz! Qiu Changkong unsheathed his sword and cut off the aura of death. He said coldly, "He's mine, Zhang Sheng. I'll deal with him first, then I'll fight you." Yours? Why? I've been unhappy with this kid for a long time. This time, I must finish him off. Chiao Changkong, don't worry, I won't make you wait too long. I can finish him off in 2 moves. Zhang Sheng said coldly. No, Lu Ming is mine. Chiao Changkong didn't yield an inch. The audience was stunned for a moment, then they sighed. Lu Ming is done for. Both Burial and Chiao Changkong have their eyes on him. Could it be that this fellow has a grudge against Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng? I think so. If I were Lu Ming, would admit defeat immediately. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I bet that he's going to admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll strip naked and run 1 round on the spot. Nest, it's you again. Weren't you deaf just now? Why did you come back? Nonsense. Such an exciting battle only happens once every 5 years. How could I miss it? This time, you said you're not allowed to go back on your word. I won't cheat. Reserve Detian Divine Guards and Detian Divine Guard area. Jian Fengyun, Jiang Hongwen, and the others were all worried. Lu Ming, are you going to admit defeat? Jian Fengyun muttered. Based on his understanding of Lu Ming, he felt that Lu Ming would not admit defeat. Even if he was no match for him, he would still fight. Boom! Boom! On the stage, 2 auras burst out and clashed. They were Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng, Lu Ming and I came from the same country and we have a grudge. This time, let me have him. Chiao Changkong stared at Zhang Sheng. A grudge with you? Hee, let me tell you, he also has a grudge with me. I must deal with him myself. Burial said. Lu Ming was speechless. These 2 fellows were treating him like air, like a dough that could be kneaded at will. Since this was the case. You two, you're so full of nonsense. Are you done? If you're done, then attack me together. I'm too lazy to deal with you one by one. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard, but it swept through the entire scene like a storm. Everyone in the area was petrified. They only widened their eyes and stared at the fighting ring. After a long time, there was a shocking uproar. What did Lu Ming say? What does he mean by that? He's going to challenge Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time. He's crazy. He's crazy. Don't tell me he's out of his mind after getting the buy card 3 times in a row. To challenge both Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time, he's definitely looking for a beating. I know. He knows that no one is allowed to kill in this battle. He wants to use this to create a commotion and gain some fame. Even if he's beaten half to death, he won't really die. That makes sense, that makes sense. Hey, didn't you say that if Lu Ming doesn't admit defeat, you will strip naked and run 1 round now? Now, quick. Don't go back on your word. Arg. Oh no, I'm blind, I can't see. Oh no, I'm going to find an inscriber to take a look. After that, the man quickly slipped away. Of course, he didn't really leave. Instead, he hid in a corner and watched the fighting ring. He didn't want to miss such an exciting event. Nest, I knew he was going to cheat. Even Lu Xiao, Jian Fengyun, and the others were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's way of doing things is indeed unexpected. Jian Fengyun sighed. He had thought that Lu Ming would not admit defeat and would accept the challenge. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Lu Ming would challenge Chiao Changkong and Burial at the same time. In the sky, the middle-aged guardian was also extremely shocked. He looked at Lu Ming with great curiosity. As for Chiao Changkong and Zhang Sheng, they were completely stunned. The 2 of them were dumbfounded and thought they had heard wrong. What? What did you say? Zhang Sheng repeated. Are you deaf? I told the 2 of you to come at me together. Stop wasting my time here. Lu Ming said loudly. Ha ha ha. Chiao Changkong suddenly burst out in laughter. Lu Ming, do you think it's useful to go all out? Do you want to use the rules that can't take your life to show your pride and courage? Alright, I'll break all the bones in your body in a moment. Let's see how you're going to show your pride and courage. Chiu Changkong also felt that Lu Ming was using the rule that no one was allowed to harm others' lives to show off himself. However, he could not harm Lu Ming's life. Chiu Changkong had plenty of ways to make Lu Ming miserable. Chiu Changkong, I'm afraid that you'll admit defeat when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. I admit defeat. Do you think I'll admit defeat? Don't worry, if I admit defeat, I'll quit the Detian Divine Guards from now on. Chiu Changkong coldly laughed. Guardian, is Lu Ming's request feasible? At that moment, Zhang Sheng looked at the middle-aged protector. Sure. The rules of the competition didn't say that one person can't challenge two people. The middle-aged protector nodded. All right. Zhang Sheng looked at Lu Ming and said coldly, Chiu Changkong, since he's asking for death, let's fulfill his request. Break all the bones in his body before he admits defeat. I'll take the left side and you'll take the right. We'll fight again after we've dealt with him. All right, let's do that. Chiu Changkong's expression was malevolent. Are you done discussing? If you're done, then make your move. Boom. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, he stomped on Chiu Changkong's face. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. His speed was unbelievably fast. As he took a step forward, the entire world rumbled. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Chiu Changkong. You. Chiu Changkong was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming to attack just like that. Moreover, the power of that kick was too terrifying. Ah! Chiu Changkong let out a long howl. Dazzling lightning power burst out from his body, forming a ball of lightning in front of him. Who's the genius? Blood Dragon Claw. Zhang Sheng reacted in time and grabbed out with claw lights. Chi. The force of the claw ray continuously offset the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. However, the two of them had attacked in a hurry and their power was limited. Although they kept nullifying the power of Lu Ming's kick, they could not stop it completely. Lu Ming's foot continued to move forward. Bang! He crushed the ball of lightning in front of Chiu Changkong with his foot and stomped on his face. Chiu Changkong let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was sent flying backward. He rolled over a dozen times on the ground before he managed to stand up. However, his face was already swollen and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. The footprint was especially clear, and it was imprinted on Chiu Changkong's face. This. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming was too shameless. He had attacked without any warning. However, they were more shocked by Lu Ming's ability. In front of Chiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng, a kick that sent Chiu Changkong flying would be useless even if it was a sneak attack if one was not strong enough. However, Lu Ming could actually do it. It was enough to show how terrifying his abilities were. Ah! Chiu Changkong roared madly. He was going crazy with hatred. He was careless and was kicked in the face by Lu Ming. This was a great humiliation. He could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. Lu Ming, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. Chiu Changkong bellowed in rage. He had gone completely mad. His body was covered in dense lightning, and his combat power erupted without any reservation. Lightning sword, world annihilation. The combat sword was unsheathed, and a sword of lightning cut through the sky as if it had come from beyond the sky. Dragon Devour, point. At the same time, Zhang Sheng also made his move, using his ultimate move. Without a doubt, both of them had unleashed the power of their bloodlines. The two of them attacked at the same time with terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they attacked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they looked at the fighting ring. Could Lu Ming block it? Although Lu Ming's kick had been very powerful, Chiu Changkong had only been hit by it because he had been careless. That was what most people thought. Now, faced with Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng's all-out attacks, did Lu Ming still stand a chance? He wouldn't be killed in one shot, right? That would be breaking the rules. Bang! Lu Ming bent his legs and leaped. His figure soared into the sky, instantly reaching 1,000 meters in the air. Lu Ming, don't even think about escaping. Kill! Burial and Qiu Changkong roared and changed the direction of their attacks, continuing to attack Lu Ming. Escape? Who's escaping? Lu Ming said softly, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. Boom! A huge stone tablet rushed out. 5 Asilavira chakras flashed and then rushed into Lu Ming's body. 5 meridian cycles, 5th level king level blood meridian. Lu Ming is only a mere 5th level king level blood meridian. Can you guys see it? His cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. With such combat strength, he actually challenged Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng at the same time. What a joke, what a joke. So he has always been relying on luck. That kick just now was also calculated but not calculated. The moment Lu Ming's aura exploded, it caused a wave of contempt and ridicule. Buzz! Buzz! Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng's attacks closed in on Lu Ming in an instant. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming looked down from above and took a step. And NBSP, a dragon roar resounded, shaking the world as a vast energy pressed down. This move again, break! Qiu Changkong roared. He had comprehended a trace of the force of thunder, causing Qiu Changkong's attack power to rise to a terrifying level. The power of the lightning sword burst forth and tore a hole in the power of Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At the same time, Zhang Sheng pointed his finger and Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps collapsed instantly. Die! The two of them roared. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm as he took another step forward. The second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps, was another step on top of the first step. The 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps was getting stronger with each step he took. With every step he took, the power of the steps would increase exponentially. With Lu Ming's current physical body and the strength of his essential qi, the second step could barely be comparable to the first level of a heaven-level martial arts technique. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as if a true dragon was patrolling the world. The space trembled violently, and a crazy amount of power gushed out. Bang! Bang! Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's bodies trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. Their attacks collapsed in an instant. After that, they felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards them. The two of them felt as if they had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. Their bodies were like meteors, falling to the ground. Boom! Boom! The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring, causing it to rumble. Their faces turned pale and they almost spat out blood. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at the young man in the air in disbelief. With one move, he had repelled the combined attacks of Burial and Qiu Changkong and even gained the upper hand. Was this Lu Ming's ability? This was simply unbelievable. This was too terrifying, right? Oh my god, am I seeing things? Did Lu Ming defeat Burial and Qiu Changkong in one move? This is unbelievable. Lu Ming's cultivation is only at the peak of the 8th level martial ancestor realm, but he's so terrifying. How many battles has he gone through? How could this be? How could there be such a powerful genius in the world? Countless people were so shocked that they were incoherent. Burial was already at the peak of the 9th level of the martial arts grandmaster realm, an entire level higher than Lu Ming. Furthermore, Burial himself was a genius who had surpassed the 4 battle geniuses. Adding them up, he was more than 5 levels higher than an ordinary martial ancestor 8 Dan peak. Lu Ming could actually suppress Burial. Did that not mean that Lu Ming was a level 6 talent? A talent of 6 battles. Everyone's heart trembled at the thought of this word. A 4-battle genius was already a rare genius in the world. Then, what kind of concept was a 6-battle genius? No one could imagine it. Previously, when Lu Ming drew the Bai card 3 times in a row, everyone thought that he was just lucky. If he really had to fight, he would have been defeated long ago. Now, they realized that they were gravely mistaken. If Lu Ming were to take action, he could simply sweep them away. At the edge of the fighting ring, the geniuses who had already lost were pale. In particular, there were a few people who boasted shamelessly earlier that if Lu Ming encountered them, they would finish him off in 3 moves. Now, their faces were burning hot, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to hide in. It was really embarrassing. In the area for the elders, Lu Xiu was stunned. Then, his body began to tremble uncontrollably as if he had epilepsy. Excited, he was too excited. Like the others, he had thought that Lu Ming was just lucky. However, he now realized that Lu Ming was a rare genius. Even the middle-aged protector's pupils contracted. Then, he revealed a look of surprise. This time, a rare genius has finally appeared. The middle-aged protector was overjoyed. How can this be? Impossible. How can Lu Ming be so powerful? On the battle platform, Qiu Changkong cried out hysterically, finding it hard to accept this. Zhang Xing's eyes were also filled with shock. Completely crushed. The two of them could not believe that they were defeated by Lu Ming in 1 move despite joining forces. Their blood and qi were in turmoil and they almost vomited blood. What's impossible? Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lu Ming looked down at them from above. When Lu Ming had advanced the true war dragon technique to the 7th stage, his combat strength had already surpassed that of a level 5 genius. After he had cultivated the heaven rank martial arts technique, his combat strength had completely entered that of a level 6 genius. A heaven rank martial skill was too powerful, and it had a terrifying effect on increasing one's combat power. Heaven rank martial skills were extremely rare, yet they were unusually difficult to cultivate. Many low-tier kings didn't even have a heaven rank martial skill, or they didn't successfully cultivate it. From this, one could see the rarity and power of heaven rank martial skills. He was a level 6 fighter. Even if Lu Ming's cultivation base was 1 level lower than that of Burial, his combat strength was still half a level higher than his. That's impossible. I'm the strongest. Lu Ming, you're just an ant. An ant that has been living under my light. Qiu Changkong roared. The power of lightning flashed all over his body, as if he was wearing a coat of lightning. Having comprehended a trace of the will of thunder and lightning, he had already transcended the use of the power of thunder and was about to completely control the thunder and lightning itself. Once one completely comprehended the intent realm and condensed an intent rune, one would be able to completely control the intent realm of heaven and earth. If someone who comprehended the fire intent condensed a fire intent rune, then he could become the fire god and control all the flames in the world at will. If he comprehended the thunder intent, he could control all the thunder in the world. That was already the king realm, which was extremely powerful. Qiu Changkong had only comprehended a trace of the thunder will, and he was still a long way from forming the thunder rune. Kill! Lightning sword, sky breaking. Qiu Changkong roared as he unleashed his most powerful attack. Dragon devour, palm. Zhang Xing also sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. It's a pointless struggle. Qiu Changkong, you said that you wanted me to see the difference between us. Now, open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lu Ming's mocking voice was heard. The next moment, the demon-subduing spear appeared in his hands. Dragon God's 3 absolutes, True Dragon Strike. As the long spear stabbed out, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged crazily. A true dragon with green and red colors all over its body emerged. The 2-colored true dragon was over 100 meters long. With a deafening roar, it pounced at Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng. The three absolutes of the dragon god was cultivated with two forces. It was a true heaven-grade martial technique, and it was even stronger than the second step of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. Boom! The two-colored true dragon collided with the attacks of the two. In the sky, a blinding light shone. Then, the entire space trembled as if it was the end of the world. After a while, when the blinding light dissipated, the crowd saw 2 figures falling down from the fighting ring like cannonballs. It was the burial of life and Chiao Changkong. Boom! Boom! Like 2 toads, the 2 of them fell heavily on the fighting ring. The fighting ring rumbled and the 2 of them spat out blood. However, the difference between the 2 of them could be seen. Zongxing spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up in a hurry. His entire body was covered in a bloody glow as he stared at Lu Ming in the sky in shock. Chiao Changkong was half kneeling on the ground. His body was trembling and blood was flowing out of his mouth. His injuries were more serious than being buried. Chiao Changkong, do you understand now? Lu Ming looked down at him. Ah! Chiao Changkong roared in rage. He felt like he was going crazy. He felt boundless humiliation and he screamed madly, "Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. I'm going to kill you and destroy the mystical sword sect. I'm going to kill your parents with my own hands. Ha ha ha, you can't fight against the power behind me." Chiao Changkong laughed maniacally. Die. Lu Ming's reply to Chiao Changkong was a cold and emotionless die. At this moment, Lu Ming's entire body burst out with an incomparably cold killing intent, as if he had transformed into a god of death. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. Lu Ming let out a long howl and took a step forward. The world rumbled. Block it. Dragon's bite, fist. Zongxing roared, his palm turned into a fist, and he punched out twice in a row. Chiao Changkong roared as he slashed out with his sword. Bang! A loud boom blocked Lu Ming's first step, but Lu Ming took a second step. Chiao Changkong let out another blood-curdling screech as he was pressed to the ground by the powerful force. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Zongxing's body slid a few hundred meters away, leaving a trail of blood in the fighting ring. 9 dragons trampling the heavens. However, before the 2 of them could catch their breath, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps forward. This time, it was aimed at burial. Ah, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Zongxing was finally afraid. He shouted in horror and tried his best to resist. Bang! The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps' power pressed Zongxing down onto the platform, almost crushing him. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out from his body, and it was unknown how many bones in his body had been broken. The entire place was deathly silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen at this moment. It was as if there was only one person left in the world, a young and handsome figure that floated in the air. Whoosh! After a long while, the entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Oh my God, Lu Ming won. Lu Ming actually won. Furthermore, he won so easily. He's too strong. Chiao Changkong and Zongxing were unable to fight back at all. He's only at the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Who said that he was just lucky? It's not just his luck. It's clearly the other people's luck. If he had gone in early, Chiao Changkong or Burial would not have made it to the last round. They might have been swept by Lu Ming. I didn't say that just now. On the contrary, I have always felt that Lu Ming must be a proud son of heaven who is blessed by the heavens since he can draw the Bai card all the time. He is definitely extraordinary. No, I remember that you didn't say that just now. You were certain that Lu Ming was just lucky and even mocked him. Where? There's absolutely no such thing. I've already seen that he's a rare genius. How could I mock him? Absolutely not. The scene was noisy, with shouts and arguments rising and falling. It was as if this was the only way they could express the shock in their hearts. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked. A huge amount of essential qi was produced and the buried storage ring was sucked into his hand. No, you can't be scared. Zhang Xing roared. What are you shouting for? You've lost. This is my trophy. Lu Ming berated. Burial. He had killed countless geniuses around the dragon's cave. The storage rings of those geniuses had all fallen into his hands. Lu Ming could not forget this. Zhang Sheng's eyes were red. There were endless resources in there. It was the capital that he had used to rise up. Now, all of them were taken advantage of by Lu Ming. His heart was broken. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. Buzz. He moved and appeared in the sky above Qiu Changkong. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Qiu Changkong. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm already injured, which means I've lost. You still dare to attack me? Qiu Changkong sneered at Lu Ming. You lost? I didn't hear you admit defeat. I've forgotten that you've just said that you'll never admit defeat. If you do, you'll be a joke. Lu Ming said indifferently. Even if I didn't admit defeat, I'm injured. I'm seriously injured. Can't you see? It's the same as losing. Qiu Changkong shouted. He wanted to admit defeat, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Injured, I'm not injured enough. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward. You. Qiu Changkong howled in shock. He wanted to resist, but he was already heavily injured. How could he have the strength to do so? Bang! Pai Li Pa La. He followed in the footsteps of his death. He did not know how many bones in his armor had been broken by Lu Ming. Just now, Qiu Changkong and Zhang Sheng had said that they would work together to break all of Lu Ming's bones. Now, Lu Ming had broken all of their bones as he had wished. Qiu Changkong howled hysterically. Which part of the foul was it? A murderous look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he condensed a long spear of essential qi in his hand. No, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Qiu Changkong screamed madly. He could feel the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was going to ignore the rules and kill him. Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. He was really afraid. Lu Ming was really going to kill him. He was extremely bold. Die. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. A spear appeared in his hand. The spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced the air. It brought with it a terrifying force as it pierced toward Qiu Changkong. Arg! No, save me. Qiu Changkong's courage was almost shattered. His body, which was like a pile of mud, trembled violently as he let out a hysterical scream. He was screaming so miserably that he was on the verge of tears. Buzz! At this moment, a scorching wave flashed past. Lu Ming's spear gleam suddenly disappeared. It disappeared without a trace. A tall figure appeared on the fighting ring. It was the middle-aged protector. Lu Ming, the rules can't be broken. If you break them, it'll be very difficult for you to join the Detian Divine Guard if you kill him now. You have to know the priority of this matter. The middle-aged protector said. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He knew that he would not be able to kill Qiu Changkong today with the middle-aged protector around. He cupped his fists and said, Lu Ming knows. The middle-aged protector nodded. Ha, I'm saved. Lu Ming, I'll definitely take revenge. I'll take revenge 10 times, 100 times more. Qiu Changkong laughed and roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with extreme hatred. Today, Lu Ming had embarrassed and humiliated him in front of so many people. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Men, carry them down to treat their injuries. The middle-aged man said. A few people immediately flew down and carried Qiu Changkong and Zhang Xing away. I hereby announce that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards belong to Lu Ming. The middle-aged protector announced. Whoosh! The entire place was in an uproar. Countless people were discussing and discussing. It's a surprise. It's really a surprise. Lu Ming actually won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right. I would never have thought that after so many years, another genius from a small region would be able to become one of the 4 Divine Guards. A genius from a small area fighting for the 4 Divine Guards. It's so rare. It only happens once every 500 years. I didn't expect to see it. I'm so lucky. So handsome. Lu Ming is so handsome. I want to woo him. A young girl in the prime of her youth shrieked, her eyes shining. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming had fought against 2 opponents and had an overwhelming victory. Everyone was taken aback. At the elder in charge area. Brother Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming has won the title of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. That's right. Brother Lu really has a good eye for talent. Such a genius was found by Brother Lu. He even hid so deeply before. Brother Lu, please take care of this little brother in the future. The group of elders beside Lu Xiu all beamed with joy as they congratulated him. No, this was no longer congratulatory, it was simply flattery. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Xiu replied to them one by one, but his smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Not far away, Zhao Sui's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he kept muttering, how could this be? How did it end up like this? In the reserve area of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards, Jiang Hongwen and Shengguan Yunyan's eyes were filled with shock. Lu Ming took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. My Cloud Emperor Mountain Ranges people actually seized the Eastern Heaven Divine Guards. Jiang Hongwen kept muttering to himself, thinking that he was dreaming. Lu Ming, you're amazing, you're amazing. I'm far inferior to him. In the Detian Divine Guards area, Jian Fengyan sighed. However, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Lu Ming. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged protector took a step forward and came before Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You've exceeded my expectations. However, there are many geniuses in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can't be arrogant because of this. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Thank you for your guidance, Guardian. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He knew that the middle-aged guardian had no ill intentions towards him. On the contrary, he had good intentions. The reason why he had stopped Xiu Changkong's death was to maintain the rules. Yes. If you have any problems in the future, you can look for me at the Palace of Fire. In a while, there will be a deacon of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace who will bring you to tour the branch palace of the Myriad Star City. Your rewards will also be distributed to you. The middle-aged protector said with a smile. Many thanks, Protector. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude again. The middle-aged protector nodded in satisfaction, then announced loudly, all right, this Detian Divine Guard selection ends here. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard has selected a total of 1360 official Detian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. As soon as the middle-aged protector finished speaking, a tall and thin middle-aged man with a goatee flew into the fighting ring and said, this subordinate will do as you command. N. The middle-aged protector nodded. Then, his body moved and he suddenly disappeared. No one could see how he disappeared. Is this the power of a lower-tier king tier? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a look of yearning. The Martial King realm was also divided into 9 levels, but the gap between each level was even greater. It was several times greater than the gap between each stage of the Martial Ancestor realm. Moreover, there were several dividing lines in the Martial King realm. According to these dividing lines, there were 4 titles. From Lever 1 to Lever 3 Martial King realm, they were known as low-tier kings. From level 4 to level 6 Martial King Realm, they were known as kings of lower tier. From level 7 to level 9 Martial King Realm, they were known as kings of the upper tier. And above the late stage king tier, there was still one known as a peak stage king tier. Among them, the 3rd to 4th level and the 6th to the 7th level of the Martial King Realm were all dividing lines, and the difference in strength was huge. It was said that the guardians of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace were all lower tier kings. It was very difficult to break through to the next level of the Martial King Realm. In the eastern branch of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, most of the king tiers were low-tier king tiers, while lower-tier king tiers were already famous experts. Alright, the Emperor Sky Divine Guards will stay here temporarily. Someone will make the arrangements later. Official Emperor Sky Divine Guards, follow me. I'll bring you to the Emperor Sky Divine Palace to settle the procedures and arrange your accommodation. Everyone, my surname is Huang, and I'm an attendant of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. You can call me Attendant Huang. The goateed deacon said. Immediately after, Attendant Huang took the lead and soared into the sky. Below him, the 1360 people who had officially become Detian Divine Guards also soared into the sky and followed Attendant Huang. Below, countless eyes were looking at them, full of envy. Once one became an official Detian Divine Guard, not only would they be able to enjoy superior cultivation conditions, but they would also possess great power and a high status. If he were to go to those empires, even the royal families of medium or upper-tier empires would have to be polite to him, let alone a low-tier empire like the Burning Sun Empire. This was because the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards represented the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming and the group flew high into the sky and looked down. The entire huge building was in their sight. In the other 3 directions, light flickered, as if the other 3 divine guards had not been decided yet. Chapter 433 Divine Guard Token. More than 1,000 people followed Deacon Huang and flew across the sky like locusts. However, in the huge Myriad Star City, they did not cause any waves. The Myriad Star City was too huge, and there were too many experts. Countless people flew in the sky every day, and they were used to it. Because there were many people in the sky, there was a limit to the speed of flying in the sky of the Myriad Star City. If the speed was not limited, it would be impossible to control the speed of 10 miles in an instant, and a large number of warriors would bump into each other. At that time, he would not die in battle, but would crash into other martial artists. That would be embarrassing. Half an hour later, Deacon Huang led the group to a huge building. This building was a pavilion, 7 stories high, and it was extraordinarily majestic. In front of the pavilion, there was a stone tablet with a row of words written on it, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region. This is the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's Eastern Branch Palace in the Tianxian region? It can't be, right? Lu Ming's eyes were full of doubts. The others were the same. Although this pavilion was huge, it couldn't hold too many people. If it was said to be the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianxian region, wouldn't it be a little too shabby? Little guys, watch carefully. Deacon Huang seemed to have seen through everyone's thoughts. He laughed and took out a purple gold token. He infused his true qi into it, and the purple gold token shone with rays of light. Suddenly, a wave of ripples appeared in front of the pavilion. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared. A spatial path. This place was actually a spatial path. Follow me. Deacon Huang smiled and stepped into the vortex. The others looked at each other and followed. Could there be another heavenly passage? Lu Ming pondered and stepped in. The world suddenly turned. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself in a huge square. The square was at least 10 miles in length and width. The ground was actually paved with white jade. On the white jade, there were inscriptions that glowed. More than 3,000 people appeared in the square. In the square, there was a shocking discussion. Who's that? Lu Ming looked forward. In front of him was a vast mountain range. Some of the mountains had peaks that reached into the clouds. It was extremely majestic. One could see that there were many huge buildings built between the vast mountains. There were palaces and towers, all of which were incomparably majestic, even taller than mountains. Between the mountains and the palace towers, one could see spiritual birds flying and strange beasts roaring, which resounded through the world. At the same time, he could see the figures of martial artists shuttling back and forth between the mountains and palaces. It was like a fairyland. Is this the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palace in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? It's actually in a plain, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy is so rich, 5 or 6 times that of the Myriad Star City. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he pondered in his heart. No wonder there was only one tower outside the 1,000-star city. Alright, everyone. This is the real branch palace of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Although it's only a small plain, it's considered quite large in a small plain. It's tens of millions of miles wide and has abundant resources. Attendant Huang introduced with a smug expression. Thousands of miles? It's huge. Lu Ming was secretly speechless. In fact, along the way, Lu Ming had come into contact with quite a number of small plains. Mid-level plains were very rare. This was because the medium plains were vast and boundless, and the laws of heaven and earth were very complete. They could already develop their own world. Only official Detian Divine Guards can enter here to cultivate. Reserve Detian Divine Guards don't have the qualifications. Reserve Detian Divine Guards live in the Myriad Star City and need to go through difficult trials and assessments before they can become Detian Divine Guards. Deacon Huang continued. Many people silently nodded their heads, rejoicing that they had become the Detian Divine Guards. If they were to become Reserve Detian Divine Guards, they would have to undergo countless trials and tribulations. Moreover, the success rate wasn't high. Your information has already been sent over. Now, I'll help you with the procedures to join the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Wait here for a while. Deacon Huang continued. Everyone saw that there was a huge palace at the side of the square. People were coming and going in the palace, and it must be the place for them to go through the procedures. Not long after, a beautiful young lady came to Attendant Huang's side and handed him a storage ring. Deacon Huang took it, and with a flash of light from his storage ring, a purple gold token appeared in his hand. This is your command token, known as the Divine Guard Command Token. It records all of your information in the Detian Divine Guard. At the same time, if you go out, it also represents your identity as a Detian Divine Guard. The token of the Divine Guards is made of purple gold cold iron and is engraved with special inscriptions. Outsiders can't imitate it. The first one, Lu Ming, is your token of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming walked up. Little brother Lu, congratulations. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards have many benefits. Not only do you have the right to enter the 100 Deities slope once, but the place you live in is also different from the others. Wait a moment, I will take you there. Deacon Huang looked at Lu Ming, his face full of smiles. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming said politely and took the purple gold Divine Guard token. The others looked at Lu Ming with envy. Becoming a member of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard meant that he had a bright future ahead of him. Did he not see that even Deacon Huang was being polite to Lu Ming? He was trying to build a good relationship with him. You're welcome. Next, Zhang Sheng. He's injured now. I'll give him the next one. Attendant Huang took out another token. Then, Attendant Huang distributed the pieces one by one. As for Lu Ming, he had already walked to the side, holding the Divine Guard token, channeling his essential qi into it and reading it. The token was shimmering with a faint glow and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming, 19 years old, from the blazing Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, the Eastern Palace of the Tianxian region, Level 1 Emperor Heaven Divine Guard. It was just a short message. In the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Guards were divided into many ranks. Rank 1 was the lowest, and there were still ranks 2, 3, and 4 above it. Lu Ming did not know what the highest level was. The others were also watching. Soon, Deacon Huang distributed all the tokens. Now, I'll show you around the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Deacon Huang said. Then, he flew towards the vast mountains. Everyone rose into the air and followed. I believe all of you know that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has 9 great halls. They correspond to the 9 common concepts of the heavens and earth, namely wind, fire, water, metal, wood, earth, lightning, ice, and mountain. However, other than the 9 great halls, there are still a few other places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace that are extremely important and famous. The pagoda in front of you is the Heaven Connecting Pagoda. You can cultivate in it in the future and also test your cultivation and combat strength. The Heaven Reaching Tower is divided into many levels. There will be a corresponding reward for each level that you pass. Deacon Huang pointed to a tall tower in front of them and introduced it. The Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of them was a tall tower. It was dark black in color, extremely majestic and incomparably vast. It covered an area of 100 mu and was as tall as the mountain peak. No one knew how many layers it had. The Heaven-Reaching Tower. It's just like its name. Lu Ming sighed. Then, Attendant Huang led the group forward. They flew past mountain after mountain, palace after palace, and in the sky. Occasionally, experts would fly past and look at them curiously. Those experts were not old. They looked to be in their late 20s. The older ones were only in their 30s. They were all in the golden age of warriors. However, the aura of these young powerhouses was extremely terrifying. Each of them had a monstrous aura and was unfathomable. Lu Ming felt that even the worst of them were at the half-step king realm. Some people were hard to predict, but they were definitely stronger than half-step king realm. Many of the young geniuses in Lu Ming's group were peerless geniuses in their respective areas. However, when they sensed the aura of those young experts, their faces turned pale. They were far too inferior. Cough, cough. Don't be discouraged. Many of those young experts are the previous batch of Detian Divine Guards. They've cultivated for 5 years more than you, so they're naturally very strong. After 5 years, you won't necessarily be weaker than them. Deacon Huang shouted. That's right. In the future, I'll definitely be stronger. Me too. Many young men took a deep breath and regained their fighting spirit. Deacon Huang nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, they arrived in front of an extremely ancient and majestic palace. This is the Tao Enlightenment Palace. It's extremely wondrous. Once you enter, you can observe the changes in the intent realm of heaven and earth. It will greatly help you in comprehending the intent realm of heaven and earth. Attendant Huang introduced. What? It can help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. That's right. Not only can it help one comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, but it can also help martial arts grandmasters and warriors comprehend force. Deacon Huang continued. What? It can even help one comprehend force? The eyes of many young men were already shining. Of course, the Tao Comprehension Palace can be said to be the sacred land of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, second only to the 100 Deities Slope. It was established by the great palace master of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor De. Attendant Huang said smugly. Martial Emperor De, my God. All the young men were amazed. Martial Emperor De was high and mighty. He was one of the top experts in the divine wilderness continent. He was famous and his name was known throughout the ages. Who did not know him? This Tao Comprehension Palace was actually built by Martial Emperor De. It was exciting to think about it. Martial Emperor De? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming was filled with fighting spirit. The supreme being of the 9 suns had only helped him suppress the bloodline aura of the 9 dragons for 10 years. Now, about a year had passed, and there were still 9 years left. 9 years later, the power of the 9 suns supreme would disappear, and he would have to face Martial Emperor De. This was almost impossible. However, Lu Ming would not give up. He was full of motivation and fighting spirit. If other people knew what he was thinking, they would be scared to death. But I have to tell you that if you want to enter the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate, it will cost you 100 supreme spiritual crystals for 1 day. Attendant Huang said with a smile. What? 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day? Oh my God, this is too expensive. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. A supreme spiritual crystal was equivalent to 100 upper spiritual crystals, 10,000 middle spiritual crystals, and 1 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 supreme spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. 100 million lower spiritual crystals for a day of cultivation. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. Their hearts turned cold. With their wealth, even if they used all they had, they would not be able to cultivate for a few days. Deacon Huang chuckled and did not say anything else. He continued flying forward. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge mountain peak. On the mountain peak, ancient trees towered into the sky, spiritual birds flew in the air, and auspicious beasts lightly roared. It was a peaceful scene. One could see courtyards among the trees, layer upon layer, spread all over the mountain. No one knew how many there were. As soon as they arrived, they felt that the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. It was much denser than in the Myriad Star City. This is where you will live. Each of you will have a courtyard. The number of your courtyards has been marked on your Divine Guard tokens. You can check in with the correct number. Attendant Huang instructed. Many thanks, Deacon Huang. Everyone nodded. There are other wondrous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, but I won't bring you around one by one. In the future, you can slowly explore them on your own. With that, Deacon Huang flew in front of Lu Ming and smiled. Little brother Lu, you are the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Your courtyard is not in this area, but on the peak of the mountain. There are 4 spiritual springs there, and 4 courtyards have been built at the source of the spiritual springs for the 4 divine guards to live in. Heavens, the courtyard is actually built on top of the spiritual spring. This treatment is too good. Someone exclaimed in admiration. Countless envious eyes fell on Lu Ming. The eye of the spiritual spring was a place where spiritual energy erupted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was unimaginably rich. They looked at Lu Ming with envy and jealousy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect the Eastern Sky Divine Guards to be treated so well. No wonder everyone wanted to take this position. Being at the eye of the spiritual spring would be very beneficial to Lu Ming's cultivation. Brother Lu Ming, I'll bring you up. Attendant Huang said with a smile. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Huang. Lu Ming cupped his fists. After that, Lu Ming and Deacon Huang flew towards the peak of the mountain, leaving behind a group of envious people. Sigh, it's really infuriating to compare people. Not only can Lu Ming live at the eye of the spiritual spring, but he also has a spot to enter the 100 deities slope. Even Deacon Huang has to curry favor with him. Someone sighed. This can't be helped. Who asked others to be more talented? There's no way to compare. Let's go find our own courtyard. Let's go. One by one, the young men flew down the mountain and walked toward the courtyards. Each courtyard was marked with a number, and everyone could check in according to the number. Lu Ming and Attendant Huang arrived at the peak of the mountain. Standing in the air, one could see a courtyard in each of the 4 directions of the mountain peak. The clouds and mist were everywhere, making it look like a fairyland. This was the courtyard where the 4 divine guards lived. Due to the size of the mountain peak, the 4 courtyards were separated by at least several li. The one on the east side is your courtyard. Attendant Huang pointed to the courtyard on the east side and introduced. Lu Ming nodded. Brother Lu, after several months of fighting, you must be tired. Go and rest. I won't disturb you any longer. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me. Oh, and the courtyard of the 4 divine guards is surrounded by inscription formations. You need to use your divine guard token to open it. This is to prevent others from disturbing you when you cultivate. Deacon Huang said. Lu Ming, thank you, Deacon Huang. Lu Ming bowed. He naturally wouldn't reject the goodwill of others. Deacon Huang revealed a smile on his face. Then, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Mu Xiuyuan. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in front of the courtyard. The courtyard occupied a large area and the architecture was elegant. Lu Ming was very satisfied. On the door of the courtyard, there were a few words, East Heaven Courtyard. Lu Ming moved his hand and a purple gold token appeared. It was his divine guard token. Then, Lu Ming injected essential qi into the divine guard token. The token glowed with rays of light that extended to the courtyard. Buzz! The courtyard trembled and a light screen appeared. This light screen enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, the light screen in front of the gate split into 2. Not bad. Not bad. Lu Ming was very satisfied. In this way, he would not have to be afraid of others prying into his cultivation or his secrets in the future. Lu Ming walked in and the light screen closed automatically. In the courtyard, there was a small bridge, a flowing water, a pavilion, 2 rooms, and a living room. The courtyard was filled with a dense aura. Spiritual qi. This fog was actually formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth had actually turned into a physical form. It could be seen how rich the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was here. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and felt that there was an endless amount of spiritual energy that was constantly surging out from the courtyard. The spiritual spring's eye is indeed wonderful. Let's cultivate then. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged and condensed his 9-dragon bloodline. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline roared and inhaled. A terrifying devouring power burst out. Hoo hoo hoo. The rich spiritual energy in the world was gathering towards Lu Ming. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and turned into Lu Ming's essential qi. The essential qi that was condensed from the spirit qi of heaven and earth was extremely pure. It continuously gathered with Lu Ming's essential qi and condensed it. Lu Ming could feel that his essential qi was constantly becoming purer and more condensed. It was slowly advancing and approaching the 9th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. 6 hours later, Lu Ming finally opened his eyes. Awesome, this is awesome. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here is dozens of times, even hundreds of times stronger than outside. 1 day of cultivation here is equivalent to 100 days of cultivation outside. Lu Ming secretly sighed. After the cultivation earlier, although Lu Ming had not broken through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, he was infinitely close to it. Lu Ming estimated that if he continued to cultivate here for half a month, he would be able to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. This speed was already very fast. One had to know that Lu Ming had already cultivated the true war dragon technique to the 7th stage. The density of his essential qi was 8 times that of ordinary essential qi. The amount of energy required was simply too much. If Lu Ming only relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate, he would need at least a few years to break through to the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm in the outside world. The spiritual energy here could greatly speed up Lu Ming's cultivation speed. This is a really good place. Lu Ming immediately continued cultivating. This cultivation lasted for 2 days. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly felt the divine guard token vibrate slightly. N. Lu Ming stopped cultivating and took a look at the Divine Guard token. There's someone outside. Lu Ming had an idea. Who is it? Could it be Jian Fengyan? Lu Ming did not know many people in the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Who was looking for him now? He stood up and walked out. The token glowed, and the light screen automatically separated. Outside the courtyard, a handsome young man in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back. The young man was about 27 or 28 years old. He stood with his hands behind his back and did not exude any aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if he was looking up at a tall mountain. This young man was like an insurmountable mountain just by standing there. What a profound cultivation. This man is definitely a peerless master of the martial king realm. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he had an idea. The young man in white smiled warmly when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming? Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Lu Ming asked. I'm Mu Xiaoyuan, and I'm just an ordinary Emperor Heaven Divine Guard of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The white-robed youth laughed. Mu? Lu Ming had an idea and asked tentatively, Oh? I've never seen Brother Mu before. May I know why Brother Mu has come to find me? It's nothing serious. It's just that you've just arrived, so there's something I have to remind you of. Mu Xiaoyuan said. What is it? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming, you didn't go out for the past few days. Right now, the new batch of Detian Divine Guards is spreading rumors that the Eastern Sky Divine Guards don't live up to their name. They have the lowest combat strength and cultivation and shouldn't occupy such good resources. Mu Xiaoyuan said. There's such a thing? Lu Ming frowned. It's absolutely true. Furthermore, this time, the east side is indeed the weakest. The south, north, and west side all have half-step king warriors. The other 3 divine guards are all half-step king warriors. Furthermore, the south and west side each have 2 half-step king warriors. The competition is extremely intense. Only the east side. There is not a single half-step king warrior. I heard that the 2 half-step king warriors from the south and west side have already set their eyes on you. I'm afraid they will challenge you. Once you lose, they will be able to take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guard and occupy your residence. More importantly, they will take away your spot to enter the 100 Deities slope. Mu Xiaoyuan said. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then looked at Mu Xiaoyuan and said, What I'm more curious about is why you're telling me this for no reason. You don't need to know that. You'd better be careful during this period. Having said that, Mu Xiaoyuan turned around, took a step, and disappeared. What a fast speed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Even with his eyesight, he almost couldn't see how Mu Xiaoyuan had left. This Mu Xiaoyuan is probably more than a level 1 martial king. He might be even stronger. Who is he? Why did you remind me out of the kindness of your heart? You're also surnamed Mu. I wonder what your relationship with senior sister Mulan is? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts and doubts. After thinking for a long time, he could not think of a reason. Forget it, I'll go in and sort things out. It's time to convert the resources into strength. Lu Ming muttered, turned around and walked into the courtyard. A moment later, in an ancient hall of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Mu Xiaoyuan reported the news to an old man. I have already reminded Lu Ming. Mu Xiaoyuan said. That's good. Although Lu Ming is not bad, he's still far from that person. We can't help him too much. Just a reminder will do. If he wants to become a powerful person, he has to rely on himself in the end. Only by going through trials and tribulations can he continue to become stronger. In the future, there's a slight possibility that he can compete with that person. The old man said with a sigh. It's hard. However, that girl has good taste. She actually found such a genius in the small Cloud Emperor mountain range. Mu Xiaoyuan said with a smile. After the two of them chatted for a while, Mu Xiuyuan took his leave. Little girl, you can't go against your father's decision. The old man sighed softly and then fell silent. 50 billion crystals. Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and took out all the storage rings that he had obtained during this period of time. He cleaned them up. A day later, they were finally done. The harvest this time was extremely terrifying. It was far beyond Lu Ming's expectations. There were too many of them. Most importantly, there were more than 1,000 other storage rings in Zongxing's storage ring. All of them were obtained from killing other geniuses and had yet to be counted. After counting, Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. Spiritual crystals, all kinds of middle and upper spiritual crystals. If they were exchanged for lower spiritual crystals, they would be worth 56 billion. Yes, more than 50 billion spiritual crystals. What a terrifying number. Lu Ming's heart trembled, and his eyes were filled with ecstasy. There were also some other materials, spirit weapons, and the like not included. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. These spiritual crystals are enough for me to use for a while. If I can convert all these spiritual crystals into strength, my strength will increase by a large margin. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 pitch-black branches appeared. These 2 pitch-black branches were the 2 that had spurted out from the Heaven's Gate. Initially, Lu Ming only had one. The other one fell on Autumn Water's hand. However, he had killed Li Autumn Water before, so this branch naturally fell into his hands. I don't know what use it has. Lu Ming muttered and kept it. Then, Lu Ming got up and left the courtyard. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The place he wanted to go to was one of the more famous places in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, the Mystical Treasure House. In the Mystical Treasure Hall, you can exchange for all kinds of treasures and have sold all kinds of treasures. The Qizhen house was extremely majestic. It was a few hundred meters tall and covered an area of a few thousand mu. Inside, people came and went, and it was very lively. It's so huge. Lu Ming sighed. In fact, every sect would build a facility like the Mystical Treasure Hall so that their disciples could exchange for treasures. The Mystical Sword sect had one as well, but it was many times smaller than the Mystical Treasure House in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming walked in. In the hall, people came and went. At a glance, there were no less than thousands of people. Look, who's that? Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming, the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. So he's Lu Ming. He's quite young. What Eastern Sky Divine Guards? He's just lucky. There aren't any decent masters in the East, so he took over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. That's right, if we leave him in the South, he'll be able to escape. He's not even in the top 5. Just wait and see. The half-step king from the South has his eyes on the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He's been in seclusion for the past few days. When he comes out, he'll definitely challenge Lu Ming. His position as the Eastern Sky Divine Guard won't last long. That's right. He's not strong, but he has such good cultivation resources. Who would be convinced? Let's wait for a good show. A series of discussions sounded in the surroundings. Of course, most of them were the new Detian Divine Guards that had joined this year. There were also some Detian Divine Guards from the previous batch who looked over curiously. Naturally, Lu Ming heard it too. He sneered and could not be bothered with it. He walked to a room. Inside the room was the place to buy and sell and exchange items. Little brother, what do you need? An old man with a smile asked. I want to exchange all the lower, middle, and upper spiritual crystals for supreme spiritual crystals. Is that possible? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can, but you'll have to pay a 1% fee. The old man replied with a smile. He was not surprised. There were many people who came to exchange for top-grade spirit crystals every day. When one's cultivation reached the half-step king realm or even king realm, spirit crystals of other grades would be useless. Only supreme-grade spirit crystals would have any effect. Therefore, warriors above the half-step king realm would exchange their spirit crystals for supreme-grade spirit crystals. 1%? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Young man, how many crystals do you have to exchange? The old man continued to ask with a smile. Yes, I have 50 billion lower spiritual crystals. I'll exchange them all for supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming said. Alright, huh? What? 50 billion? The old man casually agreed, but the next moment, he reacted. The smile on his face froze, and his eyes widened. Previously, he thought that Lu Ming was not very old and would not have many spiritual crystals to exchange for it. He did not expect Lu Ming to say such an astronomical figure. What's wrong? I can't exchange for it. Then I'll exchange for less. Lu Ming said. No, I can exchange. The old man hurriedly called out. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. Previously, his smile was just a professional habit. Now, his smile was completely sincere. If he exchanged for 50 billion lower spiritual crystals, the fee would be as high as 500 million. He would be able to take a large amount of commission from it. How could he not be happy? Little brother, wait a moment. The old man ran out in a hurry and returned after a while with a storage ring in his hand. Young man, there are 50,000 supreme spiritual crystals in total. Please count them. The old man passed the storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it. With a thought, a milky white crystal appeared in his hand. It was filled with extremely dense energy. The spiritual qi contained in the top-grade spiritual crystal was almost solid. Ordinary martial artists could not refine it at all. Only half-step kings and above could. Lu Ming scanned the ring with his mind and found that there were exactly 50,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals in the storage ring. Lu Ming nodded. He waved his hand and a few storage rings appeared. Senior, there are middle spiritual crystals, upper spiritual crystals, and lower spiritual crystals in here. They add up to 5 billion. Please count them. Lu Ming said. Good. The old man took the storage ring and began to count. Lu Ming waited patiently. The old man took a full 2 hours to finish counting. That's right, it's 5 billion. The old man nodded and put it away with a smile. He then asked, little brother, do you need anything else? Senior, I have some spirit weapons, martial arts techniques, materials, and so on. Help me take a look and see how many top-grade spirit crystals I can exchange for them. I'll exchange them all. Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. The old man took it and counted it carefully. These items were worth about 10 billion in the end. Lu Ming had an additional 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals. The old man laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. Senior, I need to buy a batch of half-step king beast cores. How many spirit crystals for one? Lu Ming asked. Lu Ming intended to purchase a batch of demonic cores and rush his cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. When one's cultivation reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, one could fully focus on comprehending force. Half-step king beast core, 100 supreme grade spirit crystals for one. The old man said. It's really expensive. Lu Ming thought to himself. 9th level of martial ancestor. 100 supreme spiritual crystals were equivalent to 100 million lower spiritual crystals. Senior, give me 100. Lu Ming said. 100? The old man was shocked, but after the series of events just now, he was already a little numb. Then, he took out 100 demonic cores of half-step kings and Lu Ming took out 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. Money and goods. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the demonic core. He sighed inwardly. No wonder the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was one of the strongest powers in the eastern region of the mysterious sky region. If it was in the Blazing Sun Empire or even the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range, it would be almost impossible to buy a half-step King Realm Beast core. Lu Ming kept the demonic core and left the mystical treasure hall, satisfied. Back at the eastern sky courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and waved his hand. 100 demonic cores floated in the air. Begin, devour. Roar. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and it roared into the sky. It opened its mouth and inhaled. Buzz. Buzz. Immediately, 5 monster cores were swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Boom. The demonic pill was swallowed by the bloodline of the 9 dragons and exploded, turning into rolling energy that was constantly being refined. After his 9-dragon bloodline reached the 5th level of the king tier, the power of devouring and refining had increased by many times. The speed of refining was terrifying. Hoo-hoo. The energy, impurities, and harmful substances in the demonic core were constantly being refined. The remaining pure energy essence was constantly surging into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique at full force and began to break through to the next realm. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the martial ancestor realm. Now, he was trying to break through to the 9th level. Boom. Boom. The demonic pill of a half-step demonic king contained extremely dense energy. The bottleneck of the 9th martial ancestor realm started to loosen. Not enough, give me 5 more. The 9-dragon bloodline opened its mouth and swallowed another 5 demon cores. Boom. Pang Bo's energy rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled and he broke through the bottleneck of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He had reached the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. Continue. Let's rush to the peak of the 9th level of martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes were burning as he continued to devour the demonic cores of the semi-demonic kings. After reaching the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm, the demonic pill of a half-step demonic king would slow down his cultivation. However, Lu Ming had bought 100 demonic cores, which was enough to support him. Lu Ming's cultivation level kept increasing. 3 days later, Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. His cultivation had also successfully advanced to the peak of the 9th level martial ancestor realm. At this point, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. Further down was the comprehension of force. By controlling force to comprehend intent, one only needed to comprehend a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth. He could use the intent realm of heaven and earth to refine his true chi and slowly transform it into a higher level of energy, true origin. This process was extremely difficult. When most of the genuine chi in his body had been converted into genuine vitality, he still needed to comprehend a complete realm of heaven and earth and form a rune of realm in his sea of consciousness. After that, they still had to go through the trial of the lightning tribulation before they could become a king. A king was like a blade, a heavenly chasm. Wanting to cross it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Countless geniuses were often stuck at the half-step king level. Many of them had even formed intent runes at the last step, but they died tragically under the lightning tribulation. There were too many such examples. However, once he broke through to the martial king realm, he would achieve a substantial leap. Not only would his combat strength be greatly enhanced, but his lifespan would also be extended to 1,000 years. A king had 1,000 years of life and could look down on the changes of the world. They could see the rise and fall of generations of talents. Grandmasters, on the other hand, could only live for 200 years at most, not much longer than ordinary people. A king, in a sense, had already broken away from the category of mortals. It was simply too difficult to break through to the king tier. The Blazing Sun Empire, for example, had not had a king for over 1,000 years. Some mid-tier empires might have kings, but they were all low-tier kings. It might take hundreds or thousands of years for one to appear. 2 kings would be considered good. Only high-tier empires had more kings. Many geniuses claimed to have the potential to become martial kings when they were young, but most of them were exaggerated. It was only a possibility, and most of them would not be able to break through to the king's realm. Lu Ming's next step was to master the 2 types of forces to perfection. After force reached perfection, one could go one step further and comprehend intent. Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, he got up and left the courtyard, heading towards the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The Tao Enlightenment Palace could help people comprehend sure, so he naturally had to make use of it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Tao Enlightenment Palace. In front of the Tao Enlightenment Palace, there were 7 white-haired old men sitting cross-legged. Each of them looked like an ordinary old man. They didn't give off any aura and looked like 7 ordinary old men. However, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. Those who could guard the Tao Enlightenment Palace were definitely martial king realm experts. They might look ordinary now, but once they exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Senior, I want to enter the Tao Comprehension Palace to cultivate. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. Sure, 100 top-grade spiritual crystals a day. How many days do you want to go in? He asked. An old man with a face full of wrinkles said. I want a month. Lu Ming said. Then, he took out 3,000 supreme spiritual crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man took it and nodded. Yes. 1 month. He said. Then, a beam of light entered the door of the Tao Enlightenment Palace. The door rippled with light and a light screen appeared. On the light screen, a whirlpool appeared. The door is open. Go in. Remember, 1 month later, the Tao Enlightenment Palace will send you out on time. The old man reminded. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists and strode forward. He stepped into the vortex and the world spun. In the next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing in a piece of chaos. Yes, the surroundings seemed to be in chaos. There was no up or down. It was all hazy. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening explosion was heard. Lu Ming then saw a light spot shining in the chaos in the distance before it exploded. Walala! Chaos was surging. Endless intent realms and laws of heaven and earth were entangled, forming a complete world. This was a scene that could only be seen when the heavens and earth were created. The essence realm of heaven and earth. What a powerful essence realm of heaven and earth. So many essence realms of heaven and earth. Lu Ming felt that his surroundings were filled with various concepts of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, 2 kinds of intent domains of heaven and earth became especially clear and filled the world. It was the intent of wind and fire. They were also the 2 types of forces that Lu Ming had comprehended. Could it be that different forces or intents will appear here according to the different forces or intents that each person has comprehended? Martial Emperor De is indeed hard to predict. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he thought solemnly. I don't care about that. I'll comprehend it first. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, allowing himself to enter an ethereal state. He extended his thoughts and felt the wind and fire between heaven and earth. The wind and fire concepts were too profound. Lu Ming had only used the wind and fire concepts to comprehend force. Chapter 438 Despair. Firstly, Lu Ming had comprehended the force of fire. Fire was scorching, explosive, and incinerating everything. It represented destruction, but it also represented life. Lu Ming's mind was empty as he focused on comprehending the force of fire. With the fire force that he had comprehended and the fire concept from the outside world, Lu Ming's comprehension of fire force had advanced by leaps and bounds. Time flew by quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the Cloud Emperor mountain range, the mystical sword sect of the Burning Sun Empire. In the meeting hall of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Ling Patian, the Valley Master of the Crimson Cloud Valley, Shengguan Ming of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect, the other higher-ups of the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley, Hua Qi and the other higher-ups of the royal family, and Yan Quan were all gathered. "How's the war going?" Lin Shui asked a golden-robed elder of the Mystical Sword Sect. Sect leader, just like before, the main focus of the 10-direction sword sect is defense. There will only be occasional small-scale attacks. The gold-robed elder reported. It seems like our guess was right. That sinister Qiu Wuyang must be waiting for the results of the selection. If Qiu Changkong joins the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards, he can use the Empyrean Sky Divine Palace's power to deal with us. Lin Shui's face was serious. That's right. The Detian Divine Guards are extremely powerful. If they mobilize the forces of some mid-tier empires to deal with us, we'll be in deep trouble. Moreover, Qiu Changkong has a powerful backer behind him. Shengguan Ming said in a deep voice. Everyone sighed, their expressions grave. This question had been on everyone's mind for more than half a year. Now, we can only hope that Lu Ming will succeed. If Lu Ming becomes the Detian Divine Guard, then even if Qiu Changkong joins the Detian Divine Guard, he will still have some reservations. Lin Shui said. The selection of the Detian Divine Guards should have ended 10 days ago. Is there still no news from them? Ling Patian said anxiously. I have already sent a group of people to wait for news in the Cloud Desolate Empire's imperial capital. Once there is news, it will be sent back as quickly as possible. Lin Shui said. I'm really worried to death. Ling Patian grinned. He had always been impatient, and this matter concerned the fate of the sect, so he was even more anxious. Calm down. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Lin Shui said. Although he said this, he was still very anxious in his heart. Sect leader, we have news. At this moment, a burly middle-aged man flew in from outside and shouted. This middle-aged man was wearing a golden robe, and he was obviously a golden-robed elder. Elder Feng, is there any news about the Detian Divine Guard selection? Lin Shui stood up and asked nervously. Not bad, there's news. Elder Feng nodded heavily. Qiu Changkong, how is Qiu Changkong? Did he become a Detian Divine Guard? Ling Patian asked anxiously. Qiu Changkong? He has indeed become a Detian Divine Guard. Elder Feng thought for a moment before he spoke. What? Did Qiu Changkong really become an Empyrean Heaven Divine Guard? Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others' faces all changed. The worst thing had still happened. Qiu Changkong had actually successfully become a Detian Divine Guard. Everyone's hearts were extremely heavy. According to the news, Qiu Changkong had a fortuitous encounter this time and became extremely powerful. Not only did he become an Emperor Sky Divine Guard, but he also passed the last stage and participated in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guard. Many of the strongest geniuses of the Emperor Sky in super regions were defeated by him, and he finally made it into the top 3 in the battle for the East Sky Divine Guard. Elder Feng said. What? Everyone's faces changed. Boom. Everyone couldn't control their breathing and stood up from their chairs. Their faces were pale and they looked terrible. How could this be? How did this happen? Lin Shui kept repeating the same words. She couldn't accept the news. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others also had ugly expressions. How can Qiu Changkong be so strong? How is this possible? Many people growled in disbelief. They really wished they were dreaming. Not only had Qiu Changkong joined the Detian Divine Guards, but he had also participated in the battle for the East Heaven Divine Guards and had even made it into the top 3. This was unbelievable. At the same time, it was a heavy blow to everyone. Since Qiu Changkong was so terrifying, he would definitely be placed in an even more important position in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His status and power would definitely be greater as well. It must be his master. It must be. Without his master's help, how could Xiao Changkong have reached this level? An old imperial uncle of the imperial family growled in a low voice. He was filled with unwillingness. Now that Xiao Changkong had reached such a level, the imperial family would never be able to take revenge. Bang! Lin Shui seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She sat down heavily on the chair, a trace of despair in her eyes. If even the strongest geniuses in a super-large region were no match for Xiao Changkong, how could they fight back? What could he use to resist? Well, sect leader, and everyone else, I'm not done with my information. Elder Feng hurriedly said when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. You haven't finished? Could it be that Xiao Changkong is going to do something even more shocking? Ling Padian asked. That's not it. It's about Lu Ming. Elder Feng said. Oh. Has Lu Ming joined the Ditian Divine Guards? Hua Qiqiang asked, raising his spirits. That's right. Lu Ming is indeed a genius. He successfully joined the Ditian Divine Guard. I heard that only 3 people from the 36 empires of Emperor Yun joined the Ditian Divine Guard. Elder Feng said rather smugly. Lu Ming has joined the Ditian Divine Guards. Huh, I knew it. He would definitely succeed. Hua Qi's eyes lit up as he smiled. He was happy for Lu Ming. However, the others were not happy at all. If they had heard about Xiao Changkong before, they would have been extremely excited. But now, they couldn't be happy. The ordinary Ditian Divine Guards were far inferior to the geniuses who could compete for the East Sky Divine Guards. There was no comparison at all. Moreover, Xiao Changkong had entered the top 3. Not only was his personal combat strength much stronger than the ordinary Empyrean Heaven's Divine Guards, but his status and authority were also much higher. He did not have to worry about Lu Ming at all. They were still in a worrying situation. Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. To think that he could become an Empyrean Heavenly Divine Guard. He can be said to be a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the Blazing Sun Empire. What a pity. What a pity that he met Xiao Changkong. Lin Shui sighed. Sect leader, everyone, I'm not done with my information. Lu Ming did not just join the Ditian Divine Guards. Elder Feng continued. Could it be that Lu Ming also passed the last stage and participated in the fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? The eyes of Lin Shui, Ling Padian, Hua Qi, and the others lit up. Although reason told them that it was almost impossible because it was too difficult, they still hoped that it was real and that a miracle would happen. Chapter 439 The whole clan celebrating. To be able to participate in the contest for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards was a leap, a qualitative leap. He had completely entered the ranks of the strongest geniuses in the eastern part of the Tianxian region. If Lu Ming could reach this level, even if he was not Xiao Changkong's match, he would not be too far off. He would definitely be valued by the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Xiao Changkong would more or less have some scruples, and they would have room to negotiate. At the scene, everyone looked at Elder Feng expectantly, hoping that he would nod. Elder Feng nodded. That's right. Not only did Lu Ming pass the last round, but he also participated in the fight for the Ditian Divine Guards. He even died. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming actually passed the last level. That's great, that's great. I didn't misjudge him. Now, the omnipresent sword sect will have to think twice if they want to destroy us. Before Elder Feng could finish his sentence, Ling Padian started laughing madly. His face was filled with joy, and even his beard was raised. That's right. Lu Ming is a genius. I was wrong about him back then. Lin Shui also sighed, but her eyes were also filled with ecstasy. I knew it. Lu Ming will definitely create miracles. Hua Qi's face was also filled with ecstasy. The others were also all smiling and extremely excited. Previously, they did not expect that Lu Ming could actually reach this level. This was really great news. Someone, tell this good news to old Master Lu and Madame Lu. Lin Shui laughed. Wait a moment, sect leader, I'm not done yet. Elder Feng cried out again. The entire place fell silent again. I say, brother, you're a big man. Can't you just say everything in one go? Don't be so wishy-washy. Ling Patian called out. Sect Master Ling, I wanted to say it just now, but you interrupted me. Elder Feng said with a bitter expression. This. Hee. Weren't you too excited just now? Ling Patian grinned. Alright, Elder Feng. If there's any other news, please tell us. Lin Shui said. Yes, Sect Master. It's about Lu Ming. Not only did he participate in the battle for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, but he also won the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards in the end. Elder Feng nodded and told him the news in one breath. When he finished, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Silence. There was complete silence. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Everyone was stunned as they stared at Elder Feng in a daze. Elder Feng laughed bitterly. He had expected everyone to react this way. When he first heard the news, he had also had this expression on his face. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. East. The Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Are you saying that Lu Ming has taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? After a long time, Lin Shui was the first to react and asked in disbelief. Brother, is this news true? You're not lying to us, right? Ling Patian asked in a daze. He simply couldn't believe it. It's true. The Cloud Desolate Empire's royal family has already confirmed this news. They might even send people over to congratulate. Elder Feng said. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at each other. They could see the indescribable excitement in each other's eyes. Eastern Sky Divine Guards, Eastern Sky Divine Guards, what will the 10 Direction Sword Sect do now? Ling Patian laughed wildly. Peerless genius, peerless genius. Sheng Guanming sighed. As for Hua Qi and those who were on good terms with Lu Ming, such as Yan Lan, they were so excited that they were trembling. Lan, you have good taste. This time, you have hope. Yan Lan sighed. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to have reached this stage. Yan Quan also sighed in his heart. He was glad that he had made the decision to help Lu Ming for 10 years. Given Lu Ming's talent, he believed that Lu Ming would surpass him very soon. In fact, Lu Ming had already surpassed him. In the future, he would most likely still need Lu Ming's help. At the scene, everyone was extremely excited. They were just short of shouting out loud to express their emotions. They did not even dare to dream that Lu Ming could actually take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This was like stepping on the strongest geniuses from many super-large regions. It was already unimaginable to be able to fight for the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, let alone the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. This time, Lu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. Qiu Changkong would definitely not dare to act rashly and use his power to interfere in the affairs of the Burning Sun Empire. Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, a Silavira-robed elder rushed in. What's the matter? Lin Shui was in a good mood and asked with a smile. Sect leader, the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family is here to congratulate. The Silavira-robed elder said. He didn't know about the news and was a little surprised. He didn't know why the Cloud Desolate Empire royal family had come. The Cloud Desolate Empire was without a doubt the strongest out of the 36 empires of Emperor Yun. It was more than 10 times stronger than the Blazing Sun Empire. He's really here. Quick, go out and welcome him. Lin Shui quickly got up. The others followed suit. When they arrived at the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect, they saw dozens of people. There was a total of more than 30 people, all of whom were standing in the air. Without a doubt, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. The one in the lead was wearing a dragon robe, and he was emitting a powerful aura. He was a half-step king. Cloud Desolate Empire's honored guests have arrived. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Lin Shui quickly cupped her fists. You must be sect leader Lin of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. No need to be so polite. I am the Chi King of the Cloud Desolate Empire and I am here to congratulate sect leader Lin. I heard that Lu Ming is from the Mystical Sword Sect. I didn't expect that the Mystical Sword Sect would have a genius like Lu Ming. He won the East Heaven Divine Guards and greatly increased the prestige and reputation of the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. He has also increased the reputation of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Therefore, I'm here to congratulate him. The middle-aged man in the flood dragon robe said. Lin Shui and the others were extremely excited. Previously, when Elder Feng said that, even though they were extremely excited, they were still afraid that there might be a mistake in the news. But now that even the Prince of the Cloud Desolate Empire had come personally to congratulate, there was definitely no mistake. Your Highness, please come in. Someone, prepare a banquet to welcome your Highness. Lin Shui loudly ordered. Yes. Someone immediately went to carry out the order. Also, inform Old Master Lu and Madame Lu about this news. Also, invite Old Master Lu and Madame Lu over. Remember, you must be respectful and can't show the slightest neglect. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, don't worry, sect leader. One of the gold-robed elders left to carry out the order. Oh. So Lu Ming's parents are here as well. I would like to see what kind of person can give birth to such a peerless genius like Lu Ming. The Cloud Desolate Empire's De Chi King laughed. The Mystical Sword Sect held a grand banquet to celebrate the occasion. When Lu Yuntian and Li Ping heard the news, they were incomparably excited and happy. Li Ping was so moved that tears flowed down her face. In contrast to the celebration in the Mystical Sword Sect, the conference hall in the 10 Direction Sword Sect was filled with tension. Damn that Lu Ming. How did he take over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? How is that possible? Xiao Weiyang roared, exuding a terrifying aura and cold-killing intent. In the main hall, the others were silent, not making a sound. After a long time, Xiao Weiyang's voice was heard again. Pass on my order. Pull back our forces and wait for news from Long Sky. A good dog. Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, Dao Comprehension Palace. Hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept around Lu Ming's body. It was as cold as a knife. Buzz. Lu Ming suddenly stood up. His body trembled and he floated like a ghost, as light as a feather. After a long time, he stopped in place. The force of wind has finally reached perfection. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. His wind and fire force was already at the limit of the major achievement realm. After 7 days of comprehension in the Dao Enlightenment Palace, he had finally reached the Great Perfection realm. However, it also showed that the Dao Enlightenment Palace was indeed wonderful. In just 7 days, it could help Lu Ming break through. Now, I'll begin to comprehend the force of fire. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and continued to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days had passed. Lu Ming's power of fire had also reached the perfect stage. In just half a month, Lu Ming's wind and fire force had all reached the perfect stage. Buzz. Lu Ming held the long spear and gathered the power of wind and fire. With a slight shake, the space rumbled and a spear ray burst out, flying to an unknown distance. A satisfied smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. His wind and fire force had reached perfection. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin. There was a huge difference between the perfection and the completion of force. The difference was several times. After the fusion of wind and fire force, its power was even more powerful. At this moment, Lu Ming's combat strength was infinitely close to that of a level 7 genius. That's right. Initially, Lu Ming had already reached level 6. Now, he was infinitely close to level 7. I've said a month's time. There's still half a month left, just enough time to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. Lu Ming pondered. With both forces at the peak, he could already cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd level. Just like that, Lu Ming continued his closed-door cultivation and devoted himself to cultivating the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. In the Tao Enlightenment Palace, he combined the wind and fire intents to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Half a month later, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the 2nd stage. This caused his combat strength to skyrocket once again, and he was now a level 7 genius. These spiritual crystals were so worth it. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. At this time, the 1-month period was almost up. Lu Ming left the Tao Enlightenment Palace and flew towards the Eastern Sky Courtyard. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the Eastern Sky Courtyard. He used the Divine Guard token to activate the inscription formation and walked in. He didn't notice that in the distant sky, a young man was watching him enter. Lu Ming has finally finished cultivating and returned. I'll report to Senior Brother Kai Go immediately. The young man muttered. With a flash, he flew towards one of the courtyards of the Detian Divine Guard. Lu Ming returned to the courtyard and sat on a stone chair in the pavilion in the courtyard. He poured himself a glass of wine and sipped it slowly while admiring the flowing water under the small bridge. He had been in seclusion for more than a month. It was time for him to relax a little. May I know where Senior Sister Mulan is? If she's here, she should have heard the news that I've become a Divine Guard of the East Heaven and will come to find me. It seems that I have to find some time to inquire about it. I wonder how the war is going in the Burning Sun Empire. I'm sure the results of the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection have already been sent back to the Blazing Sun Empire. Now that I've become the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, Chiu Changkong shouldn't dare to act rashly. The war in the Blazing Sun Empire shouldn't have too many changes in the short term. The most troublesome thing is his master. I wonder which great figure in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is Chiu Changkong's master. Lu Ming pondered as he drank. Lu Ming, get out here. Suddenly, a loud roar came like a storm. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly shot out 2 long beams of light that flickered. It's finally here. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he poured himself a full cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He stood up and strode out. Walking out of the courtyard, he saw a young man in his mid-20s standing in the air, staring at the Eastern Sky Courtyard with burning eyes. At the sight of Lu Ming, the young man's eyes lit up and he shouted, Lu Ming, you've been hiding like a turtle for more than a month, and you've finally shown yourself. Lu Ming, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. The throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards is not for you. You're not qualified. Now, give it to me, or you'll only humiliate yourself. The young man shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Earlier, the young man had shouted so loudly that he had long alarmed the other Detian Divine Guards on the mountain peak. At this moment, one figure after another flew out from the courtyards and stood in the air, looking over. It's Kai Go. Kai Go is finally going to challenge Lu Ming. Kai Go is a half-step void god realm. He was defeated in the battle of the Nantian Divine Guards. His combat strength is extremely terrifying. Lu Ming is in danger. This time, there were not many masters in the East, not even a half-step king. Lu Ming was only able to get the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards by pure luck. That's right. The 4 Divine Guards are for the capable. It's only right for Kai Go to challenge him and take the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. The surrounding Detian Divine Guards discussed animatedly. Chiu Changkong, Zhang Sheng, also appeared in the crowd. After more than a month, their injuries had healed, and they were gloating at the misfortune they had caused. Lu Ming, so what if you've taken over the Eastern Sky Divine Guards? Wouldn't it still be snatched away? Ha ha ha. Chiu Changkong laughed in his heart. I didn't expect the other 3 directions to be so powerful. It's a good thing I didn't get the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. Otherwise, it would be taken away before I could even get a seat. Ha ha ha. Zhang Sheng was also laughing coldly. Who are you? Lu Ming naturally heard the others' discussion. He asked on purpose. My name is Kai Go. Lu Ming, I advise you to quit the Eastern Sky Divine Guards on your own. Kai Go said. As expected, you're a good dog. I say, you came to my place just for such a small matter? Lu Ming pursed his lips. The others looked at each other. Kai Go's eyes turned red, and a cold killing intent burst out. His face was twisted as he roared, Lu Ming, you little bastard, what did you say? You're looking for death, you're looking for death. I was going to let you go, but now, you're dead. Lu Ming actually dared to call him a dog in public. He deserved to die. You're just a dog. Don't bark so loudly. You just want to challenge me, don't you? Fine, I agree to fight with you. Tomorrow morning, we'll fight on the Divine Guard battle platform. Lu Ming said loudly. His voice was clear and loud, and it spread far and wide. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming to agree so easily. Kai Go was also stunned for a moment. Then, he revealed a cold and vicious smile and said, All right, little bastard, I'll let you live for one more day. Then get lost, you dog. Lu Ming said indifferently. You win. Kai Go gritted his teeth so hard that he almost suffered internal injuries. Now you're going to talk. Tomorrow I'll make you cry. Kai Go gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The contest between momentum and intent. The others discussed animatedly and turned to leave. Lu Ming, how dare you offend Kai Go like this? It's really unwise. It seems like I don't have to do anything. You're going to die in Kai Go's hands. Chiu Changkong laughed coldly before turning to leave as well. After that, the news of the battle between Lu Ming and Kai Go spread like wildfire. Lu Ming turned around and entered the Eastern Sky courtyard. He began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The sun set and rose again, and a day had passed. The Divine Guard battle stage was built on a mountain peak. The peak of this mountain was relatively wide and flat, and there was a battle stage that was 10 miles wide and wide. As the name suggested, this was for duels between Ditian Divine Guards. The fighting ring was made of black metal and was covered with inscriptions. Even a low-tier king wouldn't be able to break it. On the Divine Guard battle platform, life and death were not to be disregarded. Early in the morning, the Divine Guard's battle stage was already surrounded by people. There were at least 10,000 of them. This time, there were about 6,000 to 7,000 new Ditian Divine Guards in the entire eastern region of the Tianxian region. It could be said that other than those who were in closed-door cultivation or had important matters to attend to, the majority of them had come. In fact, some of the previous Ditian Divine Guards had also come to the scene after receiving the news. After all, it was related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards, so it naturally received attention. Whoosh! A figure flew through the air and landed on the Divine Guard fighting ring. Kai Go has arrived. Someone shouted. The moment Kai Go landed on the fighting ring, he crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest. Buzz! Not long after, another figure appeared on the fighting ring. Lu Ming is here too. I didn't expect him to really dare to come. There's nothing we can do if he doesn't come. The Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace has a rule that the four heavens Divine Guards can be obtained by challenging others, and they can't avoid the battle. If he doesn't come and avoids the battle, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace will also strip him of his position as the Eastern Heaven's Divine Guard. Lu Ming's arrival caused a heated discussion. Kai Go opened his eyes as well, and a thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. He said coldly, "Lu Ming, if you have any last words, leave them behind. You won't have the chance later." This sentence is exactly what I wanted to say to you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, is that so? I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Kai Go laughed coldly. Buzz. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the fighting ring. Half a time is related to the succession of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. I'll be the witness. The winner will be the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. What else do you have to say? The middle-aged man shouted. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Lu Ming and Kai Go shook their heads. With the middle-aged man's announcement, the atmosphere became even more lively. Who do you guys think will win? Does Lu Ming have a chance to win? Impossible. I don't deny that Lu Ming's talent is indeed terrifying, but his cultivation level is too low. When he took over the East Sky Divine Guards, he was only at the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm. Only a month has passed since then. Even if he breaks through to the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, or even the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm, he can't possibly be Kai Go's match. Moreover, it's impossible to break through from the peak of the 8th level Martial Grandmaster realm to the peak of the 9th level Martial Grandmaster realm in a month. A half-step king is much stronger than a peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. He's 2 whole levels stronger. Moreover, Kai Go himself is an expert between level 4 and level 5. Adding them up, Kai Go is more than 6 levels stronger than an average peak 9th grade Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming can't possibly be his match. For a genius like Kai Go, when he's at the half-step king realm, unless it's a battle at the same cultivation level, no one can beat him. In that case, Lu Ming doesn't stand a chance. Lu Ming can't possibly win. The person who spoke the last sentence was a cold-looking young man in a golden robe. This person's words attracted countless gazes. This was because this person was another of the 4 divine guards, Zhong Hao of the Southern Divine Guard. Kai Go is not weak. Even if it's me, it won't be easy to defeat him. It's impossible for Lu Ming to defeat Kai Go. Zhong Hao said firmly. His cold expression was filled with confidence. Brother Zhong is right. Not far away, another beautiful woman laughed. This beautiful woman was the Northern Heaven Divine Guard of the 4 Divine Guards. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the other side. There was a young man in a white robe. He was as handsome as jade. The most peculiar thing about him was that there was a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows, which made him look even more mysterious. There wasn't a single person beside him. They seemed to be afraid of this person and kept their distance. This man was the last of the 4 divine guards, the Divine Guard of the Western Paradise. At the same time, he was also known as the strongest person among the 4 divine guards. When he was fighting for the Western Kingdom Divine Guards, the other half-step king didn't even last 3 moves against him. This showed how terrifying he was. Everyone looked at him, wanting to hear his opinion, but he did not say a word. Boom! Boom! At this moment, 2 powerful auras shot up into the sky from the fighting ring. Lu Ming and Kai Go were about to take action. Lu Ming, die! Die! Kai Go shouted coldly as a long and thin green sword appeared in his hand. Buzz! The green long sword let out a soft cry and instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of meters, stabbing toward Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that many people present could not see the sword's trajectory clearly. Intent. It was obvious that Kai Go had already comprehended a trace of the concept of wind on the basis of wind force. Even if it was just a trace of the creation of wind, it was enough to make Kai Go's combat strength increase rapidly. Wind and fire. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and thrust it forward. On the long spear, the power of wind and fire was condensed to perfection. Ding! Ding! The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. Boom! The violent genuine chi, the power of wind and fire, filled the entire fighting ring. Buzz! Buzz! The next moment, the two figures retreated rapidly, each retreating several miles, and then stood still. Everyone present was stunned and their eyes widened in shock. Lu Ming, he managed to block Kai Go's wind concept attack. How is that possible? Did you guys see that? Lu Ming's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial ancestor realm. What a terrifying cultivation speed. That's not the main point. Both of them did not use any martial arts techniques just now. They were only testing the waters with their attacks. How could Lu Ming possibly block Kai Go's concept of wind? Force can actually block intent. How is this possible? The crowd was in a heated discussion and were extremely shocked. This is the power of wind and fire. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, because the person who spoke was actually the divine guard of the Western Paradise, Xing Wushuang, who had not spoken before. Lu Ming has comprehended 2 types of impose. Furthermore, the 2 types of impose have been fused and have reached perfection. Xing Wushuang said slowly. However, he did not sound serious. He was just stating a fact as if Lu Ming was not worthy of his attention. The fusion of wind and fire? No wonder, no wonder. This Lu Ming is also impressive. He actually comprehended 2 types of force and even fused them successfully. The most shocking thing is that he actually cultivated both to perfection. Many people were amazed. Chapter 442 Overbearing Killing. Many people were shocked. It was not easy to cultivate one type of shi to perfection, let alone 2. Moreover, he had successfully fused them. The difficulty of this wasn't just 2 times that of comprehending a type of shi, but rather an exponential increase. No wonder Lu Ming's combat strength is so terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Humph. It's hard to achieve great things by doing 2 things at the same time. Humph. Xing Wushuang snorted coldly and said in disdain. Brother Sheng is right. Zhong Hao said with a smile. Oh woo. At this moment, a wolf-like howl was heard in the fighting ring. The aura on Kai Go's body grew stronger. A black dog with 2 heads appeared above his head. The double-headed demonic dog was an extremely powerful demonic beast. 6 Silavirar chakras were wrapped around the double-headed demonic dog. It's indeed a dog. Did I say anything wrong? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that Kai Go's bloodline was really that of a dog. Little bastard, what are you talking about? I'm a 2-headed hellhound, go to hell. Kai Go bellowed as he activated his blood meridian. At the same time, his long sword trembled and the tip of the sword sliced through the air. Instantly, wind blades were formed and they were sent flying towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were at least a few dozen wind blades that were extremely sharp, even sharper than the blade ray. Only those who had comprehended a trace of wind concept would be able to execute it, and even a force at the perfection stage wouldn't be able to do so. This could be considered to be the preliminary control of the wind. Buzz! Lu Ming grabbed the end of the spear and shook it. Dozens of spear flowers appeared in the sky. Each of these spear flowers contained the power of wind and fire. Bang! Bang! After dozens of explosions, the wind blades and the spear flowers were destroyed. Heavenly dog sun-eating sword. Suddenly, Kai Go let out a long howl and thrust his long sword out. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A sun appeared, followed by a huge yellow dog. It opened its mouth and swallowed the sun. With the sun in its mouth, it pounced at Lu Ming, exuding a terrifying aura. Whoa, the dog is biting. Lu Ming rushed to the sky and shouted, almost causing Kai Go's mouth to twist in anger. Bang! Bang! Then, Lu Ming took 2 consecutive steps. 9 dragons heaven trampling steps, 2 steps in a row. And NBSP, heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power exploded like a flood. The yellow dog's body trembled violently, and with a final wail, it exploded. Kai Go's figure could not help but fly backward. Heavens, what did I just see? Lu Ming actually managed to defeat Kai Go. How is that possible? It's indeed unbelievable. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifyingly strong. However, Kai Go has yet to unleash his strongest combat strength. It's hard to predict the outcome. Look, Kai Go is about to go all out. Boom! At that moment, the aura on Kai Go's body had actually risen by another level. Rays of red light wrapped around his body. This secret technique was Kai Go's strongest state, and his combat power surpassed that of the top 4. Whoa, the yellow dog has transformed. Lu Ming shouted. The crowd was speechless. Kai Go was so angry that his chest swelled. Die! Heavenly dog devours the sky. Kai Go let out a long howl and a terrifying sword gleam burst forth, condensing into a heavenly hound that pounced towards Lu Ming. This heavenly hound was formed from sword chi and could destroy everything. I'm too lazy to play with you. Let's end this, true dragon strike. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and thrust his spear. Groan. A dragon's roar was heard as a 2-colored true dragon flew out, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. The 2-colored true dragon and the heavenly hound collided. At this moment, the entire fighting ring shook violently, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. Quickly retreat. Many people who were close to him retreated frantically. Anyone under the half-step king realm had to retreat 10 miles. Only the half-step kings didn't. Nest, isn't this too strong? Is this the battle power of someone below the king tier? A normal martial artist of the same level would be smashed into pieces in one move. He's too strong. He's the strongest genius of the eastern region of the Tianxian region. Who will win? Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at the fighting ring. Roar! The 2-colored true dragon suddenly let out a loud roar. The heavenly hound let out a wail and collapsed. With a scream, Kai Go's body was sent flying like a cannonball, sliding several miles on the fighting ring. Buzz! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged towards Kai Go. His long spear was like a cold bolt of lightning, piercing towards Kai Go. Kai Go was shocked. He rolled on the ground more than 10 times and dodged Lu Ming's attack. Yellow dog rolling around. Not bad. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Lu Ming took a step forward and violent energy blasted forward. Kai Go let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying like a little chick, blood spurting from his mouth. I surrender, I admit defeat. Kai Go was afraid as he howled in shock. Admit defeat? I don't accept this. Lu Ming sneered. His gaze was extremely cold. The spear's gleam was as cold as ice. It pierced through the void and stabbed at Kai Go. This time, Kai Go could no longer avoid it. Puchi. The long spear pierced through Kai Go's chest, lifting him up into the air. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me go. Let me go. Kai Go let out a shrill cry of pain. He felt that death was so close to him. As long as Lu Ming's essential chi exploded, he would be dead for sure. He was afraid. He was afraid to death. As long as he thought of the great future leaving him, he would be so afraid that his whole body would tremble. Let you go? Did you ever think about letting me go when you tried to take my Eastern Sky Divine Guards away? If I'm not strong enough and lose to you, will you ever let me go? Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold as he asked 2 questions in a row. I was wrong. I failed to recognize empty Tai. I failed to see. You are the true god's favored son. I am dog shit. Yes, I am dog shit. I beg you, please let me live. Kai Go begged pitifully. In order to live, he could not care about anything else. It's too late to talk about this now. Let's go. Lu Ming was unmoved and said coldly. This time, he would not let Kai go off. He wanted to intimidate the others with his thunderous timing and tell them that he, Lu Ming, was not a pushover. On the contrary, he was a murderous soldier, a murderous soldier. I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Kai Go screamed madly and struggled madly. Buzz. Lu Ming shook his long spear and his essential chi exploded. Kai Go's heart exploded in an instant. Kai Go howled and stopped breathing. Hiss hiss hiss. Everyone in the audience gasped. Lu Ming had won. Half-step King Kai Go had been killed. Before this, no one would have thought of such an ending. Almost everyone thought that Kai Go would definitely be able to crush Lu Ming and seize the throne of the Eastern Sky Divine Guards. He had never expected that the result would be the complete opposite. In the end, Lu Ming overpowered Kai Go and killed him. Some of the people who were certain that Lu Ming would be defeated felt their faces burning. This was especially so for Zhong Hao. He had even said that even he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat Kai Go and that Lu Ming was definitely not Kai Go's match. He had a very proud look on his face. However, the reality was that Lu Ming had crushed Kai Go. This was equivalent to saying that Lu Ming was stronger than him. He felt that he had been slapped by Lu Ming and his face was burning. Divine Guard of the Western Paradise, Sheng Wushuang. Detestable. Zhong Hao growled in his heart, extremely displeased. However, when he looked at Lu Ming, his expression was full of solemnity. Kai Go was at the half-step king realm, 2 levels higher than a normal peak 9th level martial ancestor realm. At the same time, he was a genius who was ranked between level 4 and level 5. His combat strength was more than 6 levels higher than an ordinary martial arts grandmaster 9th level peak. Lu Ming, with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level martial arts grandmaster realm, was actually able to win. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Lu Ming's combat strength had reached level 7? At the thought of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath, their eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. A genius after 7 battles, how was this possible? Was there such a genius in the eastern region of the Tianxian region? Even the previous batch of Detian Divine Guards looked at Lu Ming with grave gazes. How could this be? How did this happen? In the crowd, Zhang Sheng and Qiu Changkong's faces were ashen. Their eyes were wide open, unable to accept what was happening. It had only been slightly more than a month and Lu Ming had become so powerful. Now, even if the two of them joined forces, Lu Ming could kill them in one move. No, I must think of a way to get rid of Lu Ming. This guy is too terrifying. If this goes on, I'll be the one who dies. Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a sinister light. Buzz. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming swung his spear and threw Kai Go's corpse away. At the same time, he sucked in his essential chi and Kai Go's storage ring was sucked into Lu Ming's hand. As for Kai Go's blood essence, there were too many people at the scene. Lu Ming did not devour it. Who? As Kai Go's corpse fell to the ground, everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. I hereby announce that Kai Go has failed his challenge. The Eastern Sky Divine Guard is still Lu Ming. The middle-aged man announced. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was about to turn and leave. Lu Ming, you're not bad. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. Lu Ming was stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. A young man with a sword-shaped mark between his eyebrows was walking in the air, step by step, towards the fighting ring. Sheng Wushuang, it's Sheng Wushuang. What is he doing on the fighting ring? Could it be that he is excited and wants to challenge Lu Ming? No way. If that's the case, there'll be a good show to watch today. This young man was none other than the divine guard of the Western Paradise, who was known as the most powerful genius of this batch, Xing Wushuang. Xing Wushuang stepped into the fighting ring and stood 100 meters in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're not bad. You're worthy of being my opponent now. Xing Wushuang was handsome and had his hands behind his back. The surrounding young women looked at Xing Wushuang with shining eyes. Oh. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh, he said. To be honest, he had never heard of Xing Wushuang. However, you're only worthy of being my opponent now. In the future, you might not be. Lu Ming, let me tell you, you've already taken the wrong path. Xing Wushuang continued. He had his hands behind his back, as if he was an elder giving advice to a junior. What? Lu Ming was stunned. Was there something wrong with this brother's brain? He felt too good about himself. On what basis did he say that he had taken the wrong path? The others were stunned, and only a few of them had thoughtful expressions. Haven't you realized it yourself? You've comprehended two types of forces at the same time. Although it's a great boost to your combat power, a person's energy is limited. It takes a lifetime to comprehend one type of force and one type of essence realm of heaven and earth, but you've comprehended two at the same time. In the short term, you might seem powerful, but it's actually an extremely stupid move. In the future, even if you can break through to the Martial King realm, your achievements will be limited. That's why I said that you can be my opponent now, but in the future, the gap between you and me will only grow further and further. You will never be able to catch up with me. Xing Wushuang continued with great confidence. That's right. Xing Wushuang is right. Comprehending two types of force will greatly increase your strength in the short term. However, it will definitely affect your cultivation in the future. The people around them felt that what Xing Wushuang said made sense. However, Lu Ming was speechless. Moreover, Xing Wushuang's attitude really pissed Lu Ming off. Hence, Lu Ming glanced at him indifferently and said, "Who the hell are you? You have your own path, I have mine, I don't need you to tell me. Moreover, for someone like you, surpassing you is just a matter of minutes." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You've gone astray and even tried to surpass me. What a joke. I'm kind enough to give you advice, but you don't appreciate it. Fine, I'll just let you live and die on your own. Xing Wushuang snorted and left with his hands behind his back. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Who does he think he is? He looks like the #1 expert in the world, how laughable. Lu Ming muttered. He then rose into the air and left the place. Of course, this battle could not help but become the topic of discussion for others. However, no one dared to look down on Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming had used his own strength to prove that he deserved to be the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. Moreover, what Xing Wushuang said had spread. Most of the people agreed with Xing Wushuang. There was a limit to how much energy a person could put into comprehending two types of shi at the same time. If Lu Ming did not correct his mistakes, his future achievements would be limited. After Lu Ming returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard, he continued to comprehend the force of wind and fire. Naturally, he would not give up on cultivating the wind-fire force just because of what Xing Wushuang said. Ever since he had comprehended the wind and fire force and fused them, the wind and fire force had been of great help to Lu Ming. Moreover, the Dragon God's 3 absolutes wasn't just a single force or intent realm that could unleash its power. Therefore, he had to cultivate the wind and fire forces together. Moreover, Lu Ming had another ambition. He wanted to comprehend the force of lightning and combine wind, fire, and lightning to cultivate the Dragon God's 3 absolutes to the highest realm. Time slowly passed. On another mountain peak, in a courtyard, Qiu Changkong and a young man in purple were sitting opposite each other. Damn it. How can that bastard Lu Ming be so powerful? How can his cultivation level improve so quickly? Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared in anger. Junior brother, don't be impatient. In my opinion, Lu Ming must have had some fortuitous encounter, or he has some treasure on him. The young man in purple picked up a cup of wine, took a sip, and smiled. If Lu Ming was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this young man was the one who had sent the invitation letter to the Blazing Sun Empire. Senior brother, what should we do now? Why don't we ask Master to come forward and find a reason to execute Lu Ming? Qiu Changkong's eyes glowed with a cold light. Silly. Master, although you're the master of the Thunder Hall, one of the 9 halls, Lu Ming is the Eastern Sky Divine Guard this time. He's under the attention of the other hall masters. If you attack Lu Ming, you'll definitely upset the hall masters. It might even alarm the palace master. At that time, you'll find it hard to explain and you'll be punished. I can't just watch Lu Ming improve continuously. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to suppress him when he grows up. Qiu Changkong asked anxiously. The hall master's lesson. Junior brother is right. We can't let Lu Ming live. Master can't do it, but we can. However, even if I do it now, I'm not 100% confident. The young man in purple muttered to himself. Then what should we do? Why don't we invite the other senior brothers? Qiu Changkong replied. As for the other 2 senior brothers, one of them is traveling outside, and the other is in seclusion. Junior brother, don't worry. My cultivation has already reached the Great Circle realm, and I'll be going into seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm soon. When I break through to the Martial King realm, I can kill Lu Ming with a flip of my hand. The young man in purple said with a smile. Senior brother is about to break through to the Martial King realm? Qiu Changkong was ecstatic. That's right. I've been stuck at the half-step king realm for many years. Now that I've reached my limit, it's time to break through to the Martial King realm. The purple-robed youth said. How confident are you, senior brother? 80%. The young man in purple was very confident. Haha, that's good. Let Lu Ming live for a little longer. When senior brother breaks through to the Martial King realm, it will be the time of Lu Ming's death. Qiu Changkong was ecstatic. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was no match for a Martial King. As long as the young man in purple broke through to the Martial King realm and came out of his closed-door cultivation, he could simply find an excuse to challenge Lu Ming, and Lu Ming would be dead meat. Lu Ming, you can be arrogant all you want, but you won't be able to be arrogant for long. Qiu Changkong coldly laughed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming was comprehending the power of wind and fire every day. But the progress was very small. And NBSP, after force reached perfection, it was extremely difficult to comprehend intent from it. Many people would be stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Today, the Palace Master of the Wind Palace will hold a lecture and personally explain the force and concept of wind. We can't miss this. Lu Ming stood up and left the courtyard, flying towards the Wind Palace. Every once in a while, the 9 hall masters of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would personally give lessons and explain the force and intent realm of the related attributes. It would attract a large number of Detian Divine Guards to attend the lecture. When Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Wind Palace, he noticed that there were other figures flying in his direction from other directions. There was no one checking at the main entrance. Those who wanted to go in to listen could just go in directly. Lu Ming walked into the Wind Palace and arrived at a large hall. The main hall was extremely spacious. The floor of the main hall was filled with prayer mats. There were at least tens of thousands of them. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people sitting cross-legged on the futon. Lu Ming's entrance attracted many people's attention. Lu Ming ignored him. He found a futon at random and sat down. He closed his eyes and waited. As time passed, the number of people increased. Very quickly, it broke through 2,000 people. The majority of them were the Detian Divine Guards who had just joined this year, while a portion of them were from the previous batch. Palace Master Feng is here. Someone whispered. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw an old man in a green robe with a beautiful beard walking toward him. The old man looked to be in his 60s and had a faint smile on his face. There was no trace of true essence fluctuation or powerful aura on his body. Just like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to show the slightest bit of contempt or disrespect. It was said that the 9 palace masters were all upper-tier kings. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary late-stage king tier. His strength was extremely terrifying. Greetings, Palace Master Feng. More than 2,000 people stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite, please sit. Palace Master Feng smiled and waved his hand. Everyone took their seats. Palace Master Feng also sat cross-legged on the high platform above the main hall. Today, all the people who have come are below the Martial King realm and have comprehended the wind force. I'll explain in detail how to comprehend a trace of wind concept from the wind force, and then how to use this trace of wind concept to finally condense an intent rune and pass the test of the heavenly tribulation to reach the Martial King realm. Palace Master Feng's voice rang out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They had come here to hear this. To know all this, you must first clearly understand what force is. What is the intent realm? Palace Master Feng's voice continued to ring out. Momentum is actually a type of intent realm of the heaven and earth. However, it is a very superficial way of borrowing it. This is because every attribute will have momentum. Like water, when it's gentle, it can nourish all things. This is also a kind of power of water. When it's violent, it can destroy the earth. This is also a kind of power of water. Like the wind. When it's gentle, it's like a clear wind. When it's violent, it can tear everything apart. These are all the forces of the wind. When you comprehend force, you're actually just borrowing the intent realm of heaven and earth. It's commonly known as borrowing force. Borrowing force can increase your own attack power, defense power, and so on. As he said this, a powerful aura burst out from Palace Master Feng's body. His aura suddenly became as majestic, heavy, and unattainable as an ancient divine mountain. The next moment, his aura disappeared without a trace. However, the essence realm of the heaven and earth is completely different from momentum. The essence realm of the heaven and earth is control. Control an attribute and use it to create all kinds of mysterious means. After saying that, Palace Master Feng suddenly stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a tornado that was spinning rapidly. Although the tornado was small, Lu Ming could hear a terrifying whistling sound. Lu Ming had no doubt that as long as Palace Master Feng threw out this tornado, it would definitely be able to tear apart a mountain. Then, Palace Master Feng moved his hand and the tornado disappeared. A blade of wind appeared on his finger. The blade of wind was like a blade, cutting through the space and causing the space to ripple like water. One could see how terrifying this wind blade was. Of course, there are strong and weak when it comes to controlling an attribute. According to the degree of control, the essence realm of heaven and earth can be divided into many levels. Generally speaking, a martial king can only control a level 1 essence realm of heaven and earth. Palace Master Feng explained the momentum of the wind and the creation of wind. Sometimes, he would even practice it himself. Lu Ming listened attentively, for fear of missing every word and action. All this while, Lu Ming had been comprehending and cultivating on his own. When did such an expert explain and practice in person? At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he listened. Many of the questions that had troubled him for a long time were answered one by one. Lu Ming felt more and more relaxed. His mind was becoming more and more active. He felt extremely carefree. He felt that his understanding of wind force had increased by a large margin. The Wind Palace Master's speech went on for 3 hours. Alright, today's lecture ends here. Go back and comprehend it well. You're all dismissed. Palace Master Feng said. Many people revealed reluctant expressions. They simply wanted to continue listening. Lu Ming was the same. At this moment, Palace Master Feng's gaze swept toward Lu Ming and he said, "Lu Ming, wait a moment." Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He did not know why Palace Master Feng had stopped him. The rest of the people around them looked at Lu Ming one after another, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. Advancing to Half-Step King. I've heard that most of the past 4 divine guards were chosen by the 9 Hall Masters and accepted as their personal disciples. Could it be that Hall Master Feng has taken a fancy to Lu Ming and wants to take him as his disciple? It's highly possible. Lu Ming has such cultivation and combat strength at such a young age. It's normal for him to be favored by Palace Master Feng. I'm so envious. It would be great if I had such a master. Stop dreaming, let's go. The surrounding people discussed in hushed voices as they speculated. Soon, everyone had left, leaving only Lu Ming and the Wind Palace Master. Lu Ming came before Palace Master Feng and saluted him with cupped fists. He said, "I wonder why the Hall Master has asked Lu Ming to stay behind? Sit down first." Palace Master Feng smiled and raised his hand. Lu Ming nodded and sat cross-legged on a futon beside Palace Master Feng. "Huh, Lu Ming, are you 20 years old this year?" Palace Master Feng asked. "Not even 20 years old, I'm still a little short." Lu Ming answered. "You're not even 20 years old yet, but you already have such cultivation and combat strength. It's really commendable. Your future is limitless." Palace Master Feng sighed. Lu Ming's expression changed but he did not reply. "I've heard about your battle with Kai Go and what Xing Wushuang said a few days ago. Even though Xing Wushuang's words are too absolute, it's not without reason. There's a limit to one's energy. Cultivating 2 wills at the same time can increase one's combat strength in a short period of time. However, in the future, especially after reaching the Martial King realm, the comprehension of the heaven and earth will be crucial. If you don't break through your will, it'll be difficult for you to break through your cultivation. This will greatly affect your cultivation. Lu Ming, I have the intention to take you as my disciple, as long as you promise to focus on cultivating the concept of wind in the future." Palace Master Feng said everything in one breath. He looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Lu Ming frowned slightly. To be honest, he was also very tempted to take Palace Master Feng as his master. This way, he would be able to avoid many detours in his comprehension of the creation of wind. But to ask him to give up on cultivating the force of fire, this was something he absolutely couldn't do. The force of fire was the force he had comprehended the earliest. It wasn't something he could give up on just because he said so. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Lu Ming, thank you for your favor, Hall Master Feng. However, I have decided to cultivate both wind and fire. I will not give up on any of them. I'm afraid I will have to let you down, Hall Master Feng." By saying that, it was equivalent to rejecting Palace Master Feng. "You win." Palace Master Feng's expression changed. "Lu Ming, I'm doing this for your own good. Please reconsider." "Thank you, Palace Master Feng. I have made up my mind." Lu Ming said. You're really stubborn. Go quickly, or this old man will be annoyed." Palace Master Feng waved his hand and said. He had an expression of disappointment. Lu Ming stood up, bowed, and strode away. "Sigh, I'm still too young and too confident in myself. After suffering and hitting a wall, I only know how to regret it." Palace Master Feng sighed. After Lu Ming returned to the courtyard, he sat down with his legs crossed. The contents of Hall Master Feng's explanation kept flashing through his mind, constantly corroborating with what he had comprehended. Lu Ming's understanding of the wind deepened. However, it was unknown how far he was from being able to comprehend a trace of wind concept. After that, Lu Ming spent another 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals and entered the Tao Enlightenment Palace to cultivate for 10 days. However, he still had not touched the threshold of the intent realm. "It seems like I can only use intent crystals." Lu Ming pondered. In the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld, Lu Ming had obtained a total of 29 ultimacy crystals. Among them, there were 4 pieces of wind attribute, 5 pieces of fire attribute, 3 pieces of thunder attribute, and the rest were of other attributes, such as gold and water attributes. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he went to the mystical treasure house and exchanged all the other attribute profound meaning crystals for wind attribute profound meaning crystals. Of course, the exchange fee was 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Lu Ming only had 45,000 pieces of top-grade spiritual crystals left. Lu Ming had a total of 21 pieces of wind attribute profound meaning crystals. As for the fire type and thunder type ultimacy crystals, Lu Ming did not exchange for them as he would definitely need them later. In the courtyard of the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and a green crystal appeared in his hand. Gotcha! Lu Ming clenched his fist and the crystal was crushed. At once, waves of mysterious wind concept spread out and enveloped Lu Ming. This concept of wind was actually in the shape of a thread, but it was a few hundred times thinner than a strand of hair. However, when Lu Ming comprehended it, he felt that it was many times clearer than when he was in the Tao Enlightenment Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He focused all his attention on capturing the fine threads of the concept of wind that was spreading around his body and started to comprehend it. As expected of an esoteric crystal, a treasure that even martial kings drooled over. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had greatly accelerated. Between heaven and earth, there were wisps of the essence realm of heaven and earth that were absorbed by Lu Ming and entered his body. Intent crystals were the physical embodiment of the intent realm of heaven and earth, and they had been formed over countless years. Every wisp he absorbed would be able to speed up his comprehension of the concept of wind. However, even more intent realm threads dissipated in the air. He didn't have time to absorb them. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be so jealous that they would vomit blood. A waste, this was a complete waste. A single intent crystal had caused most of the intent realm threads to dissipate. This was simply a waste of God's gifts. One had to know that even half-step kings rarely used intent crystals to cultivate. That was because it was too wasteful. One of them would cost at least 1,000 supreme spiritual crystals. Only martial kings who used intent crystals to cultivate would not waste them. They could absorb all the intent threads. However, Lu Ming could not care so much. In his opinion, it would be a waste if he did not convert the resources into strength as soon as possible and left them there. Only by improving his strength could he obtain more resources and treasures. An hour later, the intent realm tendrils of an intent crystal had completely disappeared. Again. Lu Ming took out another wind-type esoteric crystal and crushed it. Gotcha! Gotcha! Subsequently, a cracking sound would be heard in Lu Ming's courtyard every hour. Tulavir hours later, Lu Ming had already used up Tulavir pieces of wind-type esoteric crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Circles of green energy swirled around his body. The force of the wind on Lu Ming's body was raised to its maximum. At this moment dash. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a green wind blade flew out from his fingers, cutting a stone block into two. Wind concept. I've finally comprehended a trace of wind concept. Lu Ming revealed a look of wild joy. From force to intent, there was only a single step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This was a fundamental difference, the difference between rotten wood and steel. The fact that he had comprehended a trace of the concept meant that Lu Ming was already half a step into the realm of a king. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th grade martial ancestor realm. He could now be considered a true half-step king. After spending Tulavir esoteric crystals, Lu Ming finally made a breakthrough in one go. Oppression. Although he had only comprehended a trace of the intent realm of heaven and earth and was still far from condensing an intent rune, it was already a great improvement. I still have 9 wind attribute intent crystals left. I might as well use all of them to deepen my understanding of wind intent. Lu Ming had an idea. He continued to take out wind-type ultimacy crystals, crushed them, and started cultivating. This time, there were even more tendrils of profound meaning that were absorbed by Lu Ming. The amount he absorbed was several times more than before. And NBSP, he had comprehended a sliver of intent realm of heaven and earth, and his intent realm absorption of intent realm crystals had also become stronger. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind was also slowly deepening. Lu Ming only ended his cultivation when he used up the last 9 pieces of wind attribute profound meaning crystals. Now, I can put aside the wind mentality for a while and start to comprehend the fire mentality. Also, I need to find time to start comprehending the thunder force. In 2 days, the Fire Palace Master will be conducting a lecture. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered and continued cultivating. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming headed to the Fire Palace. Just like the Wind Palace, there were a lot of people here, almost 2,000. The layout of the Palace of Fire was very similar to that of the Palace of Wind. The main hall was filled with prayer mats. Lu Ming walked in and sat down on a futon at random. That's Lu Ming. He really came to the Palace of Fire. He really wants to cultivate wind and fire at the same time. He's really overestimating himself. I heard that a while ago, the Wind Palace Master wanted to take him as a disciple, and the condition was that he had to specialize in wind concept. He actually rejected it. I've also heard of this matter. He's really too arrogant. Just because he has a little bit of achievement, he's already acting so high and mighty. He doesn't even listen to the opinion of the hall master. I think Xing Wushuang is right. The distance between him and Xing Wushuang will only grow further and further. The other Detian divine guards in the surroundings glanced at Lu Ming from time to time as they mumbled and discussed in low voices. Lu Ming shook his head after hearing that. He could not be bothered. Walk your own path and let others say it. He firmly believed that he would use his actions to shut these people up. Very quickly, the Palace Master of Fire arrived. The Palace Master of Fire was a tall old man. He wore a fiery red robe and had a powerful aura. After he arrived, he swept his gaze across the room and paused for a moment on Lu Ming. He did not say much and began to explain. Lu Ming listened attentively. 3 hours later, the explanation ended. Lu Ming felt that he had learned a lot. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Ming began to cultivate non-stop. The next day, Lu Ming used up all 5 pieces of fire-type esoteric crystals. However, it was a pity that he was still a little short. Lu Ming did not comprehend a trace of the concept of fire. I still have one more chance to enter the 100 deities slope. I might as well put aside the wind-fire concept for now and start to comprehend the force of thunder. When the force of thunder is a little mature, I will enter the 100 deities slope and maximize the use of this precious spot. Moreover, the Thunder Palace Master is going to give a lecture tomorrow. I'll go and listen. Lu Ming pondered. The next day, Lu Ming headed to the Lightning Palace. When Lu Ming walked into the Thunder Palace, he immediately caused a commotion. That's Lu Ming. What is he doing here? Could it be that he still wants to comprehend lightning force? Crazy, I think he's crazy. Not only is he cultivating the force of wind and fire, he's also trying to comprehend the force of thunder. He's really delusional. He's so stubborn. I don't think he can even break through to the Martial King realm. The others were all discussing excitedly. Brother Lu, you've really exceeded my expectations. A figure sat down beside Lu Ming. Brother Xiao. Lu Ming said. This young man was Xiao Haoyu, who had been saved by Lu Ming in the Eastern Nether Ancient battlefield. Brother Lu, I don't know what to say. Xiao Haoyu sighed. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered with what others were saying. He waited quietly. After a while, an old man in a green robe walked up to the higher part of the hall and sat down cross-legged. Then, he looked around with lightning-like eyes. When his gaze fell on Lu Ming, he was a little surprised. Then, a cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shouted coldly, "Lu Ming, what are you doing here at the Lightning Palace? Get out." The entire place fell silent. Lu Ming furrowed his eyebrows. What was with this Thunder Palace master? Even if he did not agree to Lu Ming cultivating the thunder concept, he should not have berated him and asked him to get lost. Lu Ming stood up and cupped his fists. "Hall Master Lei, I'm only here to listen to the class. There's no rule in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that forbids me from listening to the class." Listen to class? Ridiculous. Who doesn't know that you're arrogant and overconfident? You want to cultivate the wind and fire essences together. What's more ridiculous is that you came to the Thunder Hall to listen to the thunder essence. You still want to comprehend the thunder mentality? What a joke. Our Thunder Hall doesn't welcome arrogant people like you. Thunder Palace Master waved his sleeve and shouted. Lu Ming's brows furrowed even more. "Lu Ming, I heard that the master of the Thunder Temple is Qiu Changkong's master." Xiao Haoyu's soft voice rang in her ears. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and came to a sudden realization. Lu Ming finally knew who the mysterious master behind Qiu Changkong was. He knew who the big shot of the Empyrean Divine Palace was. It was actually the Thunder Palace Master, one of the 9 Palace Masters. It was no wonder that the Master of the Thunder Palace had scolded Lu Ming as soon as he saw him. Lu Ming had found it strange at first, but everything made sense now. Hee. Lu Ming's expression turned cold. "Hall Master Lei, am I being too arrogant? It doesn't seem to matter how many different types of intent realms I've cultivated. Furthermore, there are many experts in the world who have become unrivaled by cultivating multiple intent realms at the same time. What makes you think that I can't do it? How dare you? What kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to me like that?" The Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly and stood up suddenly. An unbelievably powerful aura burst out. It was as deep as the ocean and it was impossible to predict. Bolts of lightning flashed on Hall Master Lei's body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming suddenly let out a long howl. The 9 dragons' bloodline burst out, and dragon roars were heard. A spear's gleam burst out to resist the aura. However, Lu Ming felt as if there was an archaic divine mountain weighing hundreds of millions of pounds pressing down on his head. The spear's radiance collapsed instantly, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Creak. Lu Ming's body seemed to be groaning and his bones were creaking. Bang! Lu Ming almost knelt down. He shouted and exerted force on his waist. He supported himself with his hands on the ground and barely managed to stay on his knees. "Lu Ming, who are you? You also dare to compare yourself with those unparalleled experts who have dominated the world. Those experts can cultivate several intent realms at the same time because they have that kind of talent. Do you have it?" Thunder Palace Master shouted coldly. "I've already said that it's my own business as to how many intent realms I want to cultivate. It has nothing to do with you. Old fellow, do you feel that you've lost face after your disciple Qiu Changkong was defeated by me? As the Palace Master of the Thunder Palace, you actually dare to attack me because of your own disciple's incapability. Aren't you ashamed of bullying the weak? I will report this matter to the Palace Master." Lu Ming roared. "Sooner or later, I'll pay you back 10 times over." Lu Ming roared. He was going all out. And with so many people watching, he didn't believe that the Thunder Palace Master would dare to do anything to him. Audacious. Impudent. Thunder Palace Master shouted angrily, and his aura became even stronger. Lu Ming tried his best to resist the aura of the Thunder Palace Master and shouted, "Old fellow, do you think that the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace is yours? There are rules set by Martial Emperor De in the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, and I have not broken any rules. You are abusing your power for personal gain and bullying the weak. Do you not respect Martial Emperor De? Also, in the future, if anyone offends your disciples, or if you don't like the look of someone, you can bully and punish them at will. Lu Ming shouted loudly, directly putting two big hats on the head of the Thunder Palace Master. As soon as he said this, the nearly 2,000 people present looked at Thunder Palace Master with strange eyes. Lu Ming was not wrong. He did not break any rules. It was his own business to cultivate a few concepts. Even the Thunder Palace Master did not have the authority to chase Lu Ming away, because it was the right of every Detian Divine Guard to attend classes in the 9 halls. This was a rule set by De and Martial Emperor, and even the 9 Palace Masters could not violate it. Little bastard. Thunder Palace Master's eyes turned gloomy. Lu Ming was not an ordinary Detian Divine Guard. He was the Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and he had long attracted the attention of the other hall masters and even the palace masters. In front of so many people, he really did not dare to do anything to Lu Ming. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself. Stubborn and arrogant. If you don't repent, half-step King Realm will be your limit. Now, get out of the Thunder Palace. Thunder Palace Master retracted his aura and berated. Lu Ming straightened his body and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured just now. I will remember today's humiliation. One day, I will take it back 10 times. Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he shouted. He then turned around and strode away. The others were shocked. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually dared to speak to the master of the Thunder Palace in such a manner. The master of Thunder Temple's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the end, he did not make a move and watched Lu Ming leave. Lu Ming has only achieved a little bit of success and he's blinded by it. He's overestimating himself. A person like him will never achieve anything great in his life. You must not learn from him. After Lu Ming left, the Thunder Palace Master said to the others. Yes. A few scattered sounds were heard. This made Thunder Palace Master very dissatisfied. He snorted coldly and began his lecture. Lu Ming walked out of the Lightning Palace and clenched his fists tightly as he turned to look at the Lightning Palace. Thunder Palace Master, right now, you are stronger than me. I will bear with it. But sooner or later, I will make you kneel in front of me and kowtow to admit your mistakes. Moreover, I believe that this day will not be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with killing intent. Then, he strode away. Now, he had to quickly cultivate his fire force to the fire concept. Then, he would focus on cultivating his thunder force. He had to break through to the Martial King Realm as soon as possible. Only after reaching the Martial King Realm would one have a certain right to speak. Those below the Martial King Realm were all ants. Without strength, one could only be bullied by others. Only when one's own strength was strong could one control one's own fate. Lu Ming had long understood this principle and had been trying to put it into practice. Back at the Eastern Sky Courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. Since I can't attend the lecture, I'll forcefully use the intent crystal to comprehend lightning force first. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. He then took out a lightning intent crystal and squeezed it. Kacha! The lightning intent crystal exploded, releasing wisps of intent. However, Lu Ming had not even comprehended the lightning force yet. The number of intent tendrils that he could absorb was very little. It could be said that an entire esoteric crystal was a pure waste. However, the ultimacy crystal was no small matter. It was a treasure that even kings coveted. Even if he only absorbed a trace of it, it would be of great help to Lu Ming. Lu Ming closed his eyes tightly and devoted himself to his comprehension. The power of lightning is extremely terrifying. It represents extreme speed and destructive power. It even represents the might of the heavens. Under the might of the heavens, all living things will be dormant. All sorts of thoughts flashed past Lu Ming's mind as he continued to comprehend. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Lu Ming opened his eyes. Just a little bit more. Following that, Lu Ming took out the second thunder-type esoteric crystal and crushed it without any hesitation. This time, he absorbed more intent threads than last time. An hour later. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and 2 bolts of lightning shot out. At the same time, a force erupted from his body. Force of lightning, elementary level of force of lightning. I've finally learned the basics of lightning force. Then I'll use the last piece of lightning intent crystal in one go. Following that, the third thunder-type intent crystal was used by Lu Ming. So far, Lu Ming had used up all 29 pieces of intent crystals he had obtained from the ancient battlefield of the Netherworld. This time, he absorbed even more intent tendrils. Lu Ming's comprehension of the lightning force was greatly accelerated. After 2 hours, Lu Ming opened his eyes. His lightning force had directly reached the small success stage. He had used 3 pieces of thunder attribute profound meaning crystals. The total value was definitely more than 3 billion lower spiritual crystals. He had used such a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate the force of thunder to the small success stage. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood and curse Lu Ming for being a wastrel. Now, I've already comprehended a little bit of the wind mentality. Originally, I could use the wind mentality to start refining my true qi and slowly turn it into true essence. However, with the amount of Jin qi I have, I don't know how long it will take me to refine my Jin Yuan with just one intent. I should wait for the fire and thunder to completely comprehend a bit of intent, and then combine the 3. Only then can I refine my Jin Yuan faster. Furthermore, before I refine my true energy, I have to try my best to cultivate the true war dragon technique to the highest realm of the 9th stage. Otherwise, once my true qi turns into true energy, it will be at least 100 times more difficult to improve the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming analyzed his own cultivation and the direction of his cultivation. Once the true war dragon technique transformed true qi into true essence, the difficulty of raising it would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to upgrade the true dragon technique to the 9th level before his essential qi was converted into essential core. Coincidentally, he had some dragon blood flowers and a piece of dragon bone. Lu Ming was a man of his word. With a wave of his hand, dragon blood flowers appeared one after another. Swallow. Lu Ming immediately picked up a dragon blood flower and swallowed it in one gulp. He began to circulate the true war dragon technique and put all his effort into cultivating it. One after another, the dragon blood flowers were refined by Lu Ming. His true war dragon technique was also improving rapidly. 2 days later, all the dragon blood flowers had been refined by Lu Ming. He then took out the dragon bone. According to speculation, it should be the dragon finger bone, which was obtained from the dragon's cave. Although countless years had passed, it still contained rich essence. With the help of the 9 dragons' bloodline, Lu Ming began to refine the dragon bone with all his might. The dragon-shaped genuine qi in his body became more and more condensed and powerful. Foundation Establishment Chapter of the True War Dragon Technique. As for the dragon bone, it became smaller and smaller under the combined devouring of the 9 dragon bloodlines. This refining process took 7 days. Groan. Suddenly, the roars of dragons pierced through the clouds and shook the entire mountain. One figure after another was alarmed and flew up to the sky to look at the mountain peak. That's the eastern sky courtyard. It's Lu Ming. What the hell is he doing now? He's probably cultivating some kind of secret technique. On the path of martial arts, the intent realm of heaven and earth is more important the further you go. He only knows how to cultivate some unorthodox secret techniques. His combat power has indeed increased, but what's the use of that? That's right. He's already on the wrong path. Ignore him. Let's go. The old man said. After a round of discussion, these people were too lazy to pay attention to him and returned to their respective courtyards. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached a critical moment. The true qi in his body had been condensed to the extreme. It was completely made up of true dragons, and each true dragon swam in his meridians. Then, another dragon's roar came from the cyclone in his dantian. At this moment, the qi cyclone in his dantian had undergone a fundamental change. Originally, the qi cyclone was made up of pure true qi, but now it had become two true dragons. The two true dragons continued to circle around each other. On the side, small true dragons kept flying in and out. I've broken through to the 9th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and burning. After 10 days of cultivation, he had refined the dragon blood flower and the dragon bone. He had broken through 2 levels of the true war dragon technique, from the 7th to the 9th. Lu Ming's abilities had increased sharply again. Roar! At this moment, a true dragon flew out from his dantian and charged straight into his sea of consciousness. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion in his sea of consciousness. A message inexplicably appeared in Lu Ming's mind. True War Dragon Technique Foundation Establishment Chapter, Major Completion. This was the sentence that suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's mind. What do you mean? Great completion of the Foundation Establishment Chapter? Could it be that the True War Dragon Technique is divided into many chapters, and I'm only cultivating the foundation stage? Lu Ming was in a daze. His mind was filled with questions. Maybe, it's very possible. After all, the True War Dragon Technique was brought out by the 9 Sons Supreme from the 9 Dragons' ruins. Maybe he only brought a part of it out and didn't bring the whole thing. If that's the case, then there are other chapters of the True War Dragon Technique. If a single foundation chapter can cultivate 10 times the amount of true qi, then how terrifying are the other chapters? Lu Ming's mind was filled with thoughts. Towards the end, his heart was already burning with passion and he was full of expectations. It seems that I must go to the 9 Dragon Ruins if I have the chance in the future. Lu Ming decided in his heart. It could be said that his current achievements were inseparable from his relationship with Jiulong. The first bloodline was awakened by a drop of blood essence from the 9 dragons. The True War Dragon Technique and the 9 Dragons' heaven-treading steps he cultivated were both brought out from the 9 Dragon Ruins by the 9 Sons Supreme. Lu Ming had to go to the 9 Dragon Ruins. Now that the True War Dragon Technique has been fully cultivated, it's time to go to the 100 Deities Slope to take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then, Lu Ming left the Eastern Sky Courtyard and went to the square where he had first entered. He took out the Detian Divine Guard's token and channeled essential qi into it. Runes immediately appeared and a small vortex suddenly appeared in the air. Lu Ming did not hesitate and stepped into it. The next moment, Lu Ming realized that he was already in the Myriad Star City, in front of the huge pavilion of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure moved and he flew to the west. The 100 Deities Slope was more than 300,000 miles to the west of the Myriad Star City. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would only take him a few hours to travel 300,000 miles. 2 hours later, an area shrouded in gray fog appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Looking from a distance, this area seemed to be endless and vast. The 100 Deities Slope was extremely strange. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the 100 Deities Slope wasn't called the 100 Deities Slope but had another name. One day, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and more than 100 corpses fell from it. There were corpses of all races. Some were human-shaped, and some were from other races. Some of them were not big, while some were as big as mountains. According to the records, some people had seen the corpses of divine beasts like true dragons and phoenixes fall. Each and every one of the corpses had a monstrous aura, and were all existences beyond imagination. That was why people called him the 100 Gods. After those corpses fell to the ground, the entire 100 Deities Slope changed. The entire area was filled with killing intent and baleful qi. No one could enter this area. No matter how strong an expert was, once they entered that area, their bodies would be torn apart by the powerful killing intent and their divine soul would be destroyed. It was only after 10,000 years had passed that there were some changes. Some people discovered that those below the martial king realm could enter. However, those above the rank of martial king were still unable to enter. Those above the rank of martial king would die an unnatural death. In the past, there had even been a supreme existence at the martial royal realm who had barged in, but had not come out yet. As for those below the rank of martial king, they would be fine and would even be able to obtain unparalleled opportunities. Inside, not only would it be very helpful for the comprehension of the essence realm of heaven and earth, but one could also obtain some supreme treasures. There were even people who obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled existence inside, and from there, they soared to the sky and became the peak experts of the continent. There was a period of time when the 100 Deities slope became the focal point of all the major factions in the divine wilderness continent. However, as time passed, more and more people entered. Most of the treasures and inheritances inside had already been plundered clean. This was why the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace was able to occupy it later on. Otherwise, the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace alone might not be able to take over such an important place. Even now, the 100 Deities slope was still one of the most important sacred grounds in the Tianxian region's eastern palace. The number of people who could enter was extremely small, and not many people could enter every year. Lu Ming slowly approached the 100 Deities slope. Who is it? This place is the forbidden ground of my Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. A loud shout rang out, and an aura shot up into the sky like smoke. It was extremely terrifying. A tall middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from Lu Ming. King Tier, this was definitely a King Tier, and he was extremely powerful. The 100 Deities slope was the sacred ground of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It was normal for there to be powerful existences guarding it. Lu Ming was certain that there was more than one expert around the 100 Deities slope. There were probably many experts. Senior, I'm the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. This is my Divine Guard token. Lu Ming cupped his fists, took out the Divine Guard token, and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took it and looked at it. His expression softened and he revealed a faint smile. You are indeed the Eastern Sky Divine Guard. You have one chance to enter the 100 Deities slope. Go on in, but you can only stay in there for 3 months at most. After 3 months, you must come out, or you will be in danger. He then returned the Divine Guard token to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. I'll definitely come out in 3 months. Lu Ming took the token and in a flash, he flew forward. Spring water and sword-shaped plant. When Lu Ming flew into the area filled with black fog, he suddenly felt a huge force acting on his body. Lu Ming's expression changed. He slowly descended and landed on the ground. Indeed, flying is not allowed on the 100 Deities slope. Lu Ming muttered and then looked around. It was very strange. Everything was normal outside, but once he flew into the gray fog, not only could he not fly, but even the surrounding environment had changed. As far as the eye could see, it was a gray desert. Yes, it was all desert, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Lu Ming did not hesitate and strode forward. However, not long after, Lu Ming's expression changed again. That was because he felt that his cultivation level was being suppressed and kept dropping. It had not been long since his cultivation was suppressed to the middle stage of martial ancestor 9 Dan. It's one thing to hear the rumors, but it's another to feel it for myself. It's not a good feeling to watch your cultivation level drop continuously. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Then, he couldn't be bothered and continued to run forward. According to the experience of his predecessors, the deeper he went into the 100 Deities slope, the more opportunities he would be able to obtain. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's cultivation had been completely suppressed. He could not circulate his essential qi at all. He was no different from an ordinary person who had not cultivated. Fortunately, Lu Ming's physical strength was extremely strong. He had already achieved the 6th stage physical body, so he could still retain some combat power. Furthermore, his use of force and intent wasn't suppressed. However, since he could not use his essential qi, Lu Ming's speed had been reduced by many times. He could only travel like an ordinary person. Who? Lu Ming's muscles bulged and he ran across the desert like an agile monkey. All of a sudden, Lu Ming stopped. He felt a strange wave of fluctuation spreading toward him. A ray of blue light was floating in the air. This is the domain of the heaven and earth, the domain of water. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. On the 100 Deities slope, one of the fortuitous encounters was to encounter this kind of heaven and earth intent realm floating in the air. According to the speculations of the experts, this essence realm of heaven and earth should have been left behind by the corpses that had fallen here. Those powerful existences had comprehended the intent of heaven and earth to an incredible level and merged it with their own will. After death, the intent of heaven and earth didn't dissipate and would wander around the world. If one could encounter it and comprehend it, they would have great gains. This was because the intent realms of heaven and earth seemed to have been tamed by someone, and it was much easier to comprehend them. One wisp was worth at least several intent crystals. Unfortunately, it's the water concept. I can't use it now. Lu Ming sighed and left the place reluctantly. He continued to move forward and walked around. Lu Ming did not encounter anything for the next 2 days. He did not even encounter a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth, let alone any treasure. On the 3rd day, Lu Ming encountered a wisp of the creation of earth, which made him sigh with misfortune. However, on the 7th day, Lu Ming's luck came and he encountered a wisp of fire concept. Immediately, Lu Ming used his own power to entangle this wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth and began to comprehend it. Following Lu Ming's comprehension, this wisp of intent realm of heaven and earth began to dissipate slowly like an intent crystal. It was no wonder that the quota to enter the 100 Deities slope was so precious. That was because the intent realm of heaven and earth that wandered within the 100 Deities slope would decrease. Perhaps after a few years, the 100 Deities slope would no longer be so attractive. A day later, the intent completely dissipated and Lu Ming's comprehension of the fire force had greatly deepened. He was getting closer and closer to comprehending a trace of fire concept. After that, Lu Ming continued to spin. On the 11th day of Lu Ming's entry to the 100 Deities slope, he once again encountered a wisp of the essence realm of heaven and earth that was useful to him. Thunder concept. Lu Ming was overjoyed and began to comprehend. The force of lightning had advanced by leaps and bounds. With this wisp of heaven-earth intent, the force of lightning had reached major completion. Lu Ming had cultivated 3 types of forces. This was one of his advantages at the 100 Deities slope. He could easily encounter the concepts of heaven and earth that were useful to him. If one had only comprehended one type of force, it would be much more difficult to encounter the corresponding force. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to encounter it more than a few times in 3 months. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out after that. For 7 consecutive days, he did not encounter a single trace of Shi. I'm really unlucky. I've been spinning around all day and can't even cultivate my true qi. Lu Ming sighed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He could smell the faint scent of medicine coming from the front. What's going on? There's desert everywhere, not a drop of water, not even a blade of grass, so how could there be a medicinal fragrance? Lu Ming was very curious and followed the scent of the medicine. Not long after, Lu Ming saw some rocks standing in the desert. This was the first time Lu Ming saw rocks in the 100 Deities slope. The 100 Deities slope was filled with desert and sand. There's water and a spiritual herb. Lu Ming walked into the pile of rocks and was surprised to find that there was a small pool in the middle of the pile of rocks. It was less than 1 meter in length and width. There was a clear spring in the pond, which emitted an astonishing amount of spiritual qi and life essence. In the spring, there was a blade of grass. The grass's leaves were thin and long. It had 8 leaves, each of which was like a sword. The leaves were green and luscious. There is actually a plant growing on the 100 Deities slope. It is really amazing. Furthermore, I can feel that this sword-shaped plant is actually emitting an extremely powerful sword intent. Lu Ming was deep in thought. Perhaps there was a supreme being's corpse that fell here. Its essence turned into this spring, and its intent turned into this sword-shaped plant. Amazing, these two things are both amazing. This clear spring contains a strong life force and can be used to cultivate top-tier spirit herbs. And this sword-shaped plant, if a sword cultivator touched it, he would definitely treat it as a treasure and learn the sword way from it. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and he was extremely excited. Then, Lu Ming took out a jade box and carefully placed a stream of clear spring water and the sword-shaped plant into it. Not even a drop of spring water was left in the small pool. Wait, I wonder if it's useful for the two branches to cultivate spiritual herbs? Lu Ming had an idea. He suddenly thought of the two withered branches that spurted out from the heaven's gate. With a thought, two dried branches appeared in his hands. He then placed the two dried branches into the clear spring in the jade box and soaked them in. Let's wait for a while and see if it's useful. Lu Ming smiled and kept the jade box in the supreme shrine. Then, Lu Ming continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been at the 100 Deities slope for 1.5 months. During this period of time, Lu Ming had encountered a wisp of wind concept and a wisp of fire concept. Lu Ming's comprehension of the concept of wind had advanced another step. As for the force of fire, it had even achieved a qualitative leap, comprehending a trace of the concept of fire in one go. Lu Ming's power of fire had finally advanced to an intent realm. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a large margin after he had comprehended a trace of the wind and fire forces. At the same time, he could begin to cultivate the third stage of the Dragon God's 3 absolutes. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.